Let's go ahead and call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order on February 24th, 2026 at 6 p.m. If I could ask everyone here to please check your cell phones, put them on vibrate or silence. That way we don't get disturbed during the meeting by somebody getting a phone call. So please put your cell phones on vibrate or silence. That would be great. Thank you. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harton.
Here, thank you. Our invocation this evening is going to be given by the Pastor Miguel Cruz instead of Brandon Jones, who is listed in the agenda. So Pastor Miguel Cruz will be giving our invocation. If we can please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Good evening, everybody. I want to give honor unto God, who is the head of my life, and Mayor, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you all. Let us pray. Most gracious and wonderful Father, we come to you tonight, Father God. First and foremost, giving you thanks for your love, your mercy, and your kindness for every single one of us today, Father God. We just ask you, Father, to give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to deal with the business at hand, Father God. So we thank you, Father. We thank you for every person that came here tonight, and we give you all the honor and all the praise. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it is one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of January 27th, 2026?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of February 10th, 2026?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Again, thank you. Okay, that takes us up to our approval of our agenda. We've got several items, but first I want to recognize Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman, you've got an update on a particular item on our agenda?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Mayor, I'm recommending that we postpone to a date certain item number 8, dealing with animals, for several reasons I'll make clear. Number one, I received today some suggested changes from Ms. Lazaro, Commissioner Lazaro from Hallandale. She has sent some interesting potential changes. We had prepared, based on commission direction, an alternative version, which is not in line with that. This will give us time to meet with her. We want to take the time to meet with the store owner and her counsel if they would like us, if she would like us to meet with her counsel to see if we can come up with a version that meets everyone's needs. And pushing this through tonight, I don't think is going to do that. We may never be able to accomplish that, but it's worth a try. And these changes were given to us, I guess they came in last night. Ms. Lyons has been in deposition all day, and I've been in meetings all day. So we really haven't had a chance to incorporate them, bring them before the commission. We'd like to meet with Ms. Lazaro and deal with her concerns. We'd like to meet with the store owner and her attorney if they like. We want to meet with all commissioners on potential final versions rather than sit here and hash it out back and forth, which is not, I don't think, respectfully going to get us anywhere tonight. I think we can hopefully reach a consensus, but there's also some other developments. Interestingly, Senate Bill 1004 has passed the Senate. That deals with animals, domestic animals, and how they're to be treated by pet stores. Just today, this afternoon, House Bill 1521 is in the House Commerce Committee. It's been amended to conform to the Senate bill, and per my sources in Tallahassee, it is positioned to pass. So we want to see how that's going to affect what we need to do, see what protections it provides animals, animal owners, and see if what holes there may be or gaps that we might need to fill. So I think if we take a quick step back, meet with everyone, listen to your concerns, including the pet store owner that we do have here in the city. I think it's important that we try and get something together. Then we'll meet with commissioners, see if it meets is acceptable to you as a group, so we don't sit here and just waste a lot of time back and forth. My recommendation is we postpone it. We'll have the month of March to do this, and if you want it on in a night meeting, that would be, I guess, April 27th.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Commissioner Fasick?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. And welcome back, Mr. Berman. Thank you. I think that would be a great idea to postpone it. One of the big concerns that came across was finding ourselves in this situation where we had additional stores potentially opening or not opening. So I'm fine with postponing it. I just want to make sure we don't have more stores pop up in the interim. I don't know if there's something that we can do on our end, or not. So that's up to you.
Well, I believe Development Services will treat it as legislation in progress, basically. It's another month delay, but basically, we're trying to make it as acceptable. We may not make everybody happy, but we're sure going to try.
We'll try.
And I think it's a better process to be able to sit down face-to-face, talk to the parties involved and the affected people with this. And
So did you say,
we want to do what's right and what's fair.
did you say April 24th?
April 27th. I believe.
27th?
28th.
28th?
All right, well,
Oh, all
April
right.
28th. So I'll make a motion to postpone.
It's all under
Right,
the agenda. Any further discussion on that particular issue? Okay, and just for the public's, the item number 8 is the discussion of animals in the city of Pompano Beach, animals for sale, so that's number 8. So then we'll go ahead, and we're also going to postpone item number 11 until March 24th. So that's item number 11. We'll postpone item number 8 until April 28th. And we're going to move item number 5 directly before the consent agenda. So that is the presentation of our police services study. Will be right before we head into consent. Mr. Harrison, any further changes to our agenda? No, sir. Very good. So we got 11 and 8 postponed, and 5 is moved directly before consent. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you for that. All right, and just also for the record on the police services study, which is being moved directly before our consent, there will be no public input on that particular item. This is a presentation item. Our consultant is going to give a presentation of what they've gotten to us, and so it'll be a presentation only, which commission can ask questions if they like to, but it will not be taking public input on that particular item. But we do have a couple of workshops, which I will get to that directly after the presentation. Workshops scheduled for that particular topic. All right, that takes us up to consent agenda discussion. Items number 3 and 4 are being pulled for individual discussion, so items 1 and 2 are eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. So 3 and 4 will be pulled for individual discussion. All right, that takes us up to audience to be heard. Do we have any audience to be heard at this time, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 17 speakers.
17, okay, well, we'll see how far we go.
Okay, one moment. First speaker, Tamara Taylor, followed by Vicki Clinton, followed by Terry Taylor.
Just name and
Mark
address for the record and keep your comments to 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Taylor. I stand before you today as a hurt mother. On January 13th, I witnessed something that will stay with me for the rest of my life. I watched my son, my child, get kicked not once, not twice, but 5 times while he was already on the ground. He was down. He wasn't standing. He was not fighting. And the kicks continued. Then when a bystander, a woman who posed no threat, spoke just words, you didn't have to beat him like that. A gun was drawn. A gun drawn over words, let that sit with you. If I kicked my child, it would be called child abuse. I would be arrested. I would be charged. I would lose everything. But when a police officer does it, it becomes under investigation. What does that really mean, said mother? For 42 days, 1,008 hours, I have replayed that moment in my mind. I close my eyes, and I still see it, kick after kick after kick. Would you be calm for 42 days if that was your son? Would you be patient for 1,008 hours watching that image in your head? Because I have tried. I have tried to be respectful. I have tried to be patient. I have tried to believe the system would do what is right. Then on February 10th, the major spoke about my son, and instead of accountability, I heard judgment. My son was described by what he was wearing, all black with a hoodie. Two things can be true. Yes, my son is 22-year-old. Yes, he was wearing all black, but clothing does not justify violence. A hoodie does not explain kicks. Wearing all black does not make someone less human. I wanted to believe we have grown past that. I wanted to believe we no longer judge our young men by what they wear or the color of their skin. But that day, I felt we was taking 10 steps back, and that pain cut me deeply. The Pompano Beach Police Department failed me. They failed my son. What I see is brotherhood over accountability. Every officer involved still wear a badge, still collect a paycheck. Justice is not silence. Justice is not delayed. Justice is not protecting officers because of brotherhood. My family carried this pain quietly. We have tried to grieve with dignity. Excuse me. The Bible says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. I hold and I stand on that. Because while man may judge one way, I know God sees everything. God saw January 13th and God heard February 10th. And I trust that justice, and I trust that the justice God brings is greater than any badge and any title. So I asked the mayor and I asked the commissioners, why are these officers still working? Why are their lives still normal? Why have no one been held accountable for what eyes have seen and ears have heard? What would justice look like if that was your child? Because my son matters. He is not just a report. He is not just clothing. He wasn't just a hoodie. He was my child. He is not just a headline. And I stand here today begging and pleading because for 42 days and 1,008 hours, I've been humble. And all I have gotten was it's up under investigation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
I am the grandmother of this same young man. On January 13th, I arrived in Pompano Beach, got called from work. And to see a film, a video of an officer beating a 22-year-old child that probably weighs 125 pounds with 3 layers of clothes on, soaking wet. They had apprehended him, had him on the car. They decided to take him and throw him down to the ground. And to go a step farther, the officer walked around from behind him to the front of his head and kicked, like my daughter said, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 times in his head. How would you like your children to be done in that matter? He's not the greatest child, but he's our child. Understand that. We love him like they love theirs. I am his hardest critic, because when he do wrong, I'm all up in his stuff. It's changes he have to go through. I grew up in a city, low-income projects. The officers came around the kids. They were someone that the children admired. What do you want to be when you grow up? Oh, I want to be a police officer. I don't get that nowadays. I just say this to you, and this is my opinion. Change the tagline. We serve, we don't protect, and we lie about it.
Ma'am?
Could I just get your name for the record?
I'm Vicki Glinton.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you all for this allotted time.
Just name and address for the record, sir. Name and address, please.
Terry Taylor, tried, tested, trusted, and true. Pompano Beach, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
I stand to say that I have the police department on speed dial because I've called them when I had trouble and needed them. I'm still going to call you. And I just hope that when they do come, there's a creed, there's a code for their conduct. But behind the creed and the code of their conduct, there must be a light of conscience. So the creed and the conduct comes up empty when there's no conscience. Now, as for this incident, the hurt is there. The harm has been done. Now I hope there could be healing. That starts with accountability. And we have these shirts that says, there must be accountability. Now, the mayor spoke, I heard one of your videos, I saw it. I saw the video of this excessive force and this abuse. I saw it with my own eyes. Then I heard the mayor speak. And right after that, because I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, I went and scheduled a cataract surgery because clearly the math was the math, and what I saw is not what I heard from him. So, and I would like to say this. There is a sad reality. It's sad, but it's true. There's a sad reality of police brutality. There is no excuse for police abuse. You just don't kick a man when he's down. So let us keep these things in mind. There must be accountability. And as I said before, there was one officer that made this whole force lose respect. And I heard the major say how the community, and I don't know which part of the community or which community he spoke of, but it's not the community I know of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Tiara Taylor, followed by George Berlinge, followed by Ed Phillips, and followed by David Hall.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I am Tiara Taylor from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I am here to represent Jeremiah Terrell Taylor as his aunt. Jeremiah is my firstborn nephew, a proud cousin to my boys, and a newly distinguished and determined father. Jeremiah comes from a family of nurturers, scholars, and mentors. He always displayed leadership among his peers and gratitude towards the ones he loved. The night I received the call about Jeremiah on January 13th, the feeling was equivalent to physically swallowing my tongue. Because the thought of it, I would never imagine my family witnessing such an incident in this nature. Ever since then, I've been more vigilant when it comes to the saying, oh, it would never happen to me. Seeing the video of my nephew go viral, bombarded by several officers, and him being pushed to the ground, kicked without any remorse, left me helpless, and sorrow took over as I thought of how my sister worked countless hours to gain a productive livelihood for her boys, who made honor rolls and engaged in football from childhood years up until high school. Prior years, oppression has seemed to silence and weaken our youth. Our youth are thinkers, they are truth tellers, and they are brave enough to question a system that older generations sometimes accept as that's just the way things are. And the courage and boldness is exactly what our society needs. But here's the truth. Our youth is burdened with oppression, often carried by burdens they did not create. The opportunities in the justice system and the opportunities in school, they are told to shrink themselves, to wait their turn, to be quiet. and yet they still rise. The importance of our youth in this society dealing with oppression cannot be overstated. They see the cracks in the systems clearly because they are living in them. They are not asking for permission to image something better. They are already building it. But it is not enough to praise the youth. We must protect them. We must invest in them. We must listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
They are talking about the incident that took place on January, I think it was 13th, over on Northwest 8th Avenue. And I just wanted the family to know that I've met with the our chief, Elwood, regarding this incident. And I've requested some things of the chief, and I'm expecting to hear back. And I know he sent some of the information to the Inspector General, get back with me. But hopefully I can get with the chief between now and Friday so that I can possibly get an update, or maybe he can contact the family to let them know a little bit of what's going on. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
Evening, Mayor. Good evening, esteemed members of the Commission. My name is George Berlengi, 41 Havenwood Drive, Pompano Beach, Florida, 33064. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm pleased to hear that the study was concluded and determined viability of moving to standalone police services. I've heard discussions about this in previous commission meetings and have enjoyed seeing unity on the dais. I applaud the way you're responsibly researching the feasibility instead of following any political agendas. I appeal to you to please continue this. Mayor, I apologize to the family who's been speaking because my next part is a whole different view of BSO, and I don't mean to disregard what they have said. I had no idea they were going to speak like that. While I'm up here, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Major Elworth and his team. I wish the average citizen could see in them what those of us in the crisis arena see in them. Being a participant in community court and in our homeless ministry, I see their helpful and supportive side. The homeless outreach team is always there to help those in crisis. I wish the general public knew how many people just in Pompano Beach that this team of people has helped to get off the streets. Through their resource agencies, they also have been instrumental in helping people prevent homelessness. The HOT team, because of their success, has become quite busy, and lately, I have not always been able to reach them directly when dealing with the crisis at my office. So I'm starting to have more initial contact with the regular police officers. Though they do not have the specialized training of the HOT team, they bring their kindness and willingness to help. Those of us in the crisis arena could not do a lot of what we do without the knowledge and help of our BSO deputies. My sincere thanks to Sheriff Tony, Major Elworth, and our BSO deputies for all that they do to make our communities a safer place. Please stay safe out there. Mayor, I know that there are people out there who say BSO doesn't do their jobs well, specifically in the crime-solving areas. We hear that up here a lot. It can be seen that way. I have come up with a plan to increase their efficiency. Get the people in the area of the crime to work with the officers and report what they have seen instead of withholding this information and blaming the officers for not doing their jobs. Thank you for listening.
Very good, thank you, sir. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Ed Phillips. Ed Phillips, followed by David Hall, followed by Ara Thomas Bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, and I'm going to take a little different spin on some of this. Eula Foster, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Cheatermore, Norbert Williams, Reverend Mathis, Reverend Wiggins, Mr. Holmes, Coach Bob Williams, Mr. Samuel Swan, Mr. Cornelius Rowe, Mr. Moreland, Dorothy Jones, Ernestine Price, E. Pat Larkins, Carl Weaver, Johnny McCray Sr., Willie Lawson, Michael Boykins, Mrs. Ely, Dr. Harvey, Mrs. Cow, Samuel Jackson, Jimmy Lane, Reverend Hill, Frank Mills, Jimmy Glenn, Hazel Armbrister, Reverend Wilson, Reverend Grover Johnson, Mr. Cooper, Harold Abel, Mr. Miller, who is the contractor, Mr. Richard Stevenson, Mr. Sapp, Mr. David McMillan, Mr. Holloway, Mr. O.C. Phillips, Dolores Bullitt, the entire Mason family back in the day, Mr. Wooten, Mr. and Mrs. Ellington, Ira Blue, Jimmy Glenn, Woody Porter. Mayor, I mentioned these names during Black History Month, and it was ironical. The young lady said, and I heard her loudly, that the kids or some folks feel that's just the way things are. I must tell you that this group of names that I just mentioned to you fought hard to say that, yes, it was the way things were, but that does not have to be the way things have to be, and they should stay. And so to this family, you know, I think a lot of us hear you. We look for justice. Ms. Perkins, I do appreciate you reaching out and following through. I need to do one additional thing in behalf of Tiger Trail Festival. Mayor Emily Wilson, Mayor Randy Castor, Mayor Bill Griffin, Mayor John Rayson, Mayor E. Pat Larkins, Mayor Lamar Fisher, Mayor Rex Harden. These have been mayors over the years, for the last 30 years, who have reached out to the Tiger Trail Festival and endeavored to ensure that Black History Month was recognized through action and deeds and not just talk. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from claps. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, David Hall, Pompano Beach. As this commission meeting gets underway, I'm hoping that the spirit I keep hearing of, a new year, cooperation, that will extend to city staff. Not the senior management, that they're in the big seats and they can handle the turrets aimed their way, but the rank and file staff that are under siege with the attacks that come from this dais at times. I had a conversation with a couple of people that work for the city. Nobody's sitting up on this dais with you or the folks that are typically sitting in the gallery over there, the actual rank and file. They told me we are all part of the process. We are all participating in the process. We manage the process. We do the work, the heavy lifting, and report up our findings to senior management, who ultimately give it to the commission. When they decry and deride the process, they're attacking the people that do the work for the citizens of Pompano Beach. These two told me that rank and file employees are the process. They also told me that many of the employees go on social media when they see certain pages on various platforms. People are lashing out from emotion versus fact and aren't supported by certain commissioners that are on social media, and they find it disheartening. For example, recently there was a call for the airport manager to be fired, and all they saw was a commissioner give it a thumbs up. It impacted them. When they go on social media and they see citizens lashing out emotionally without any shred of evidence, investigations, or charges to state there is corruption, kickbacks, and payoffs by developers to the city, and they see certain commissioners give it a thumbs up, they know they're talking about them because they are part of the city that does the real work to analyze and review and ultimately approve the things that keep moving up the chain where it ultimately lands many times on this dais. I do feel there is something wrong with the procurement process, but not because of staff, but because there does seem to be an appearance of impropriety that certain commissioners on this dais are being lobbied by contractors who do not get bids, or associates of those contractors who are subs or residents who indirectly communicate with commissioners during the cone of silence. So think about what you say, because all of these things are true. Have the testicular fortitude to turn to your left and right and state on the record, these people are on the take, getting kickbacks, versus cowardly giving a thumbs up on social media. Look over at the city employees sitting in the gallery here for hours and tell them they're corrupt, they're getting kickbacks, and the process that they are ingrained in daily and work hard for us is deficient and fosters bullying of people trying to do work with the city. Look into the camera and say to the city staff that's home watching this, tell them to their face versus just giving thumbs up on social media.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Ira Thomas Bush, followed by David Miller, followed by
All right, thank you. I'm Ira Thomas Bush IV, and I'm from Florida. I just want to say I came here last time and I spoke, And the main thing is like I had an issue about 2 years ago. Broward County School Board, I was having an issue with the board. I feel like it was an issue with the board members, the principals, the senior teachers, not having real authority and being able, not setting boundaries for certain rules. And this specific rule is Policy 1000. Before I get to my statement about Policy 1000, I would like to know, do any of y'all know what Policy 1000 and Broward County School Board is? It doesn't matter who speaks and answers, but I would like to know if y'all know that answer. That's the problem. Okay, the Policy 1000, a quick summary for me, is there's 8 key terms for the policy rule development and rulemaking. That's what Policy 1000 is about. I have an issue with, I could speak on things in details, but I've reached out to you guys this summer and I did not get, I want to know if y'all got the email that I sent, or do y'all have the records of me calling one of you guys to speak about this issue? Did y'all have any of that information available? Because I came here last meeting and I asked y'all to be ready and prepared, and I would like to know if y'all are prepared already.
Mr. Bush, we don't.
I know you don't have time. You don't do your job. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Have you found the email? Okay, I'll ask that question. Actually, I'm gonna go right into it. I have an issue with the Ku Klux Klan and you good old boys and white supremacist members that are part of this board members. You guys sit up here, you prowl around, y'all don't do y'all job. Y'all don't take time to the youth. So that was the main issue when I came in here. Obviously, you guys don't review the tape. You don't have, I don't know what your issue is, but you need to start doing your job a little bit better. Cause I don't think I have to pay for school if I already pay my taxes, which you guys also, allow, people to go run around. Y'all don't do y'all job in that properly neither. So, I just would like to say this. It's going to be a time where you're not going to be in that position, and you people here that don't do y'all job, y'all won't be in this position anymore. There's a new age. I guarantee you, my child that got treated like an adult, and being an A student, she will be in a position of power, and y'all will not be in these positions anymore. Y'all could do your terrible job, and I hope for the best for y'all. I don't wish bad on anyone, but I know y'all not going to attack my child. Y'all not going to allow these fake authority people over here to guide my child when she's supposed to be getting educated. And that's all I got to say.
Okay. Next speaker.
David Miller.
Good evening, David Miller of District 5. I wanted to say thank you for anyone who attended any events in the Northwest this month. As we wrap up the month of February, you may or may not know that I'm the president of a library, the Jamaran Collier City Learning Library. So we did an event for Black History Month where we focused on the Tuskegee Airmen, had a guest speaker from Miami, and it was a pilot that knew of the Tuskegee Airmen. And he talked about aviation and whatnot. That led into a conversation of us talking about Barrington Irvin. As you all know, his school is here. Black man went around the whole world on a single jet, single propelled airplane. And, oh wait. Oh yeah, this is the event, this is the function that we had yesterday. Well attended, 17 people attended, turned into a book sale for the library. So libraries still exist and they're still good. I also wanted to bring your attention to this poster. I passed out during the Tiger Trail Festival. This poster is actually made by a man named Bo Cecil Holloway. It says African American Seal, so appropriate for this month. This seal was made, I don't know how high up it goes, if it's national, but it was created by someone here, and it's our Black icons as well as our local icons. Same person did this banner. And I personally like this one because of who it is. This is who Mr. Phillips mentioned, Dr. Reverend Daniel Miller. He's developer of Pine Tree Park. He actually put the elevator in Antioch Missionary Baptist Church. He did a lot of blueprints for the Collier City area. That's my father. You've probably never seen him before. You never heard of him or seen him. That's what he looks like. Looks like me. So I just wanted to make that presentation and say thank you if you intended any of those things. As ambassador, I take Black History Month seriously, and I like it. This Saturday, we have ordinary people doing extraordinary things that'll be out on MLK, along with a screenplay, I believe, at the Ally Building Saturday. So, yeah, once again, thank you for your time, and happy February.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker.
David Garcia.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'll make this short. My name is David Garcia. I'm here on behalf of the Pet Advocacy Network. I was here to speak on behalf of the retail pet sale ban, which I know is getting moved to April. Briefly, I just want to say our organization thinks that retail pet sale bans are not the way to regulate animal welfare, and we think that retail pet stores are an important part of the animal bond between humans and their pets. On that note, we are happy to be involved with drafting the next version of the ordinance, and yes, I'll give you a card. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, sir.
Mayor, do you want me to continue? We've reached the first 10 speakers.
We can take, oh, that's first 10, okay. We'll put the rest of them, finish the rest of them at the end of the meeting. That's very good. So the rest of the speakers will have to wait until the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, that takes us up to, let's see, that takes us up to item number 5 is a standalone police department strategic assessment presentation. Before that happens, I'd like to recognize our sheriff of Broward County, Sheriff Gregory Toney. Mr. Sheriff, please step forward. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. The sheriff wanted to come here and just have a few words. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and Attorney. Thank you guys for giving me an opportunity to speak to you all today. And if I can just pivot for just 30 seconds and make sure I address the people that I represent here. Apparently, the Taylor family, without a shadow of a doubt, has suffered. And Mrs. Taylor, if appropriate, I'd like to address you directly. I have spent the last 7 years as a sheriff of this county focusing on making sure I provide true justice for everyone, regardless of race, color, creed, financial status. None of that matters to me. And unfortunately, the timing of how things work within investigations draws you more pain, your entire family. But in order to get this right and make sure that I have all the sound facts to make an informed decision that is right not only for you, but also right for this officer and the officers in this organization, it has to be done right. Before I came here, and it is still up on my computer screen, are all the videos of this incident related to your son. I knew you were gonna be here. And this was more important than talking about this study. This community needs to understand I have been in office for 7 years now, and I have terminated over 200+ employees during my tenure. I have never shadowed away from the accountability that I have and that I owe everyone in this room. My order of priority is the people of this community, then the agency, and then my employees. That can be a devastating comment to make, and you could lose morale of the men and women that are under your command. But that is the oath. The oath is the people first. And if we are wrong, I own it first. My major represents us in this region. It is not his accountability, it's mine. He is responsible, but he is not accountable. And so therefore, he will not make any decisions. I will make the last decision. So I ask for your patience. Give me time. Let me look, let me assess, let us go through our process, and you will have justice. Okay.
Please. Oh, very good.
To Commissioner Perkins, where this impacts you is from the regional responsibility aspect. The major's been approved to have these conversations with you, provide information that doesn't compromise the investigation, and you will have that. Now on to the purpose for why I arrived here today.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, can you repeat that again?
Yes. You want some more information from Major Elwood related to this investigation.
Yes, yes.
He will be able to speak to you on matters that don't compromise this investigation. And when it is closed, you will have every single element that we have. That is a standard practice that we have done since the 7 years I've been here. No pivot point will change. We are in a time right now in this country where confidence in law enforcement has been degraded at the national level, and we're seeing a lot of things take place that is a stain on everything that we do. And I will not participate in any of that, and I will not allow that to happen here in Broward County.
Okay, Sheriff, I only ask for what I felt should be public information. I'm not asking to dig into any type of investigation or interfere with it.
Thank you. Perfect.
I only wanted information to give to the community because BSO failed to address the community about this incident. So I received a lot of calls and I brought it to the attention here at the commissioner meeting, and that's when I started to inquire about the incident.
Understood, ma'am.
Thank you.
Understood. Fair enough.
I in no way wanted to interfere with an investigation. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Nope, wouldn't even assert that. I understand it. Thank you. Really briefly, Mayor, back to the point of interest in terms of looking at what's occurring here. And I came here to say thank you to this commission. There has been a lot of contention with some of our partners to the north about the imperative nature of making sure if this commission is going to make a decision that impacts over 100,000 people, that you do your due diligence, that you invest in a thorough and comprehensive report, which I've read twice already. And they've done an impeccable job in being professionals and giving you the data that you need to make an informed decision. And whatever that decision may be, we will stand and support this city into our last day of service here. There will be no compromise, there will be no form of reduction in services, and we will die fighting for this city. So thank every single one of you for setting an example for how this is supposed to be done. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate that. All right, now we'll move on to our presentation. Presentation actually is given by a gentleman named Jonathan Ingram. Jonathan is a vice president at Raftellus, where he leads the local government organizational assessment practice, working with cities, counties, and public safety agencies nationwide to enhance performance, accountability, and strategic alignment. Jonathan brings more than 23 years of experience in local government and management consulting, dedicated to strengthening public sector organizations and improving service delivery to residents. He is serving as project director for Pompano Beach's strategic assessment of law enforcement services and will lead us through Raftellus's findings. Jonathan, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your service. Go ahead. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this evening and share the findings from this much-awaited analytical process. To set the tone, just to give you all a sense of what we want to focus on today, we will just reorient folks both on the commission as well as in the room as to what we were tasked with. What was our project approach? What were we tasked with completing on behalf of the city of Pompano Beach? And how did we go about that work? We will then give you an overview of the current law enforcement services that are provided by BSO. These include key contractual elements and a high-level overview of service. We promise we'll stick to the high level, but if there are, of course, detailed questions, we can dive in. We also spent some time early in this process engaging with community members through a number of public engagement sessions, and we gathered some initial feedback, and I want to share with you all the high-level themes from those conversations, which occurred in October. And then we'll walk through our staffing model. So as we've gone about our analytical process over the past several months, we've built out a staffing model for what it would take to create a City of Pompano Beach Police Department. I'll walk through the key assumptions, the approach, and give you a sense of what a department might look like. We'll then review the operating budget, capital budget, and one-time cost assumptions, as well as a review of the potential taxpayer impact associated with standing up a department. And then we'll talk about implementation pathway. So how do you actually get this done? So it's one thing to conceptualize, or what does it take? How do we actually turn the concept into a workable solution, delivering day-to-day service to the community? And then we'll close with just a high-level summary of what your alternatives are going forward and the key policy choices that you all as a board will have to start to wrestle with over the next several months as you deliberate. So in terms of project overview and approach, I first want to highlight a few of our key team members. The mayor has introduced me, so I won't be redundant. We have a number of folks who have been working on this project with us, but there are myself, my role on the project as project director is really to drive the overall implementation planning and pulling together the overall model. In other words, I manage the client relationship and the ultimate deliverable. We also have a couple of subject matter folks who are on our team that provided a really important practical lens for law enforcement. That includes Cassandra Deck-Brown. Cassandra works for Raftellus as a law enforcement subject matter expert. She spent about 40 years in policing, all of which with the city of Raleigh, North Carolina, the last 8 years of which as the police chief. Cassandra's job is to really apply that practical lens. So as we start to develop a model and articulate what the implications might look like, she gives it the old smell test, right? So to make sure that, as we start to frame out options, it passes muster. And Paul O'Connell, a very similar background. Paul is local. Paul is a law enforcement subject matter expert as well, served in BSO as well as with the Pompano Beach Department. Paul also provided that very important practical lens to this process. So I just want to highlight a few team members and the specific expertise that we've leveraged as we've gone about this work. So what were we asked what was the question that we were asked to answer for the city? So fundamentally, what we were asked to answer is what would it take operationally, financially, and organizationally to stand up a City of Pompano Beach Police Department? What would it take to maintain the service levels that you're currently receiving with BSO? Okay, that's our fundamental question. Our job is not to make a judgment as to whether or not you're receiving quality service from BSO. Ultimately, that's the city's determination. It's your residents and it's you all as a governing body to start to wrestle with that question. We wanted to give you a very clear idea of the implications of your various approaches, what it takes operationally, what it takes financially, to really inform that policy discussion and deliberation and give you the facts as best as they can be articulated to help you all with that decision. So what is the foundation of our analysis, sort of high level what our approach is? Early on in the process, we really focus on learning before we draw any conclusions. We requested extensive data from BSO, which they provided. We also had a number of one-on-one interviews with members of command staff as well as individual program managers within your direct district in Pompano Beach. The goal to be, let's make sure that we have a really clear understanding of the current approach to service to set the baseline. We also, as I mentioned, spent some time engaging with your community members. In addition to one-on-one interviews and focus groups with key representatives from the community, we also held 4 public engagement sessions, 2 in person and 2 virtual, to gather general feedback on what's important to your community to consider and what are the perspectives. And there's lots of competing perspectives. I think you heard some competing perspectives here tonight, right? Those came out in the conversation, and I'll share some details. We also completed extensive benchmarking analysis, so looking at other cities of comparable size who have their own police departments, who have similar operating environments to you all. How do they run their departments? How are they staffed? How are they structured? What is their budget formulations, right? To use to start to inform some of the analysis. And then, of course, there's extensive engagement with some vendors and unit cost research to identify what are some of the costs that we need to account for as you start to stand up a department. And then, of course, that project team expertise is really important. My role just as a financial manager for municipalities, that longer-term general fund financial modeling, as well as general city management background, and our law enforcement experts as well. Okay, so that's the general approach in terms of our exercise. Key deliverables, just so folks have a good sense, it's a project report, apart from all the work that we've done up to this point, really outlining all of our analysis, all of our key assumptions, the conclusions in your implementation plan. So we have essentially worked through most of that work at this point. Of course, there's some public engagement that'll happen as you all deliberate, but that's really the primary deliverable. There's a kind of caveat or important clarification that I want to set here. We are essentially creating a model to give you a good, strong basis of comparison based on reasonable assumptions which we've articulated. But it doesn't necessarily mean that this becomes what your model looks like. If you all choose to create a police department, one of your first decisions is to hire a chief, right? That chief is going to make decisions in consultation with you all as the governing body, in consultation with your community, and in consultation with your city's leadership team to define what a department really looks like. But this gives you a really strong baseline of understanding to make an informed policy decision. So in terms of a high-level overview of the services that you are currently receiving from BSO, there's really 4 categories that are outlined in the contract. The first is direct services, and there are about 282 full-time equivalent folks who are specifically dedicated at your district. In other words, direct services are those things like patrol, your core team, your property crimes investigators, your command staff that's focused here in Pompano Beach. In other words, those positions that are specifically accounted for, okay? That's not all that the sheriff provides. There are also indirect services and county-wide services that are provided from, we'll call it downtown BSO. So there's a larger pool of personnel who provide services county-wide to all contracted agencies as well as BSO at large. And their job, they provide things like human resources, IT, those critical indirect sort of what sometimes is called overhead services that are really important to operate a department, regardless of what the department might be. The fourth category is special detail services. So the contract includes a number of dedicated hours and dedicated time for some special events, but there are lots of special details. You all have a lot of events in this community. Special details where off-duty officers essentially work those events for an additional fee. So that's a high-level overview just of the four categories of service. And these are just some specific examples of what falls under. Not fully comprehensive, but it gives you an example. So the direct services, patrol, your traffic management, crime suppression, some of the property crimes investigations, special events, your community outreach, your school resource deputies are included within that figure, and your real-time crime center. Okay, so just examples of direct services. Indirect services examples, again, financial management, so your budget and finance folks. Evidence and records management, this is a central service. Legal, your fleet management, patrol, police departments have, and sheriff's offices have a lot of vehicles, so there's a fleet management component that's included there. Victim services, so the support that's provided to victims after the occurrence of a crime. IT, that's a critical indirect service, human resources, and your citizen observer patrol. So again, examples of what falls under that category within the contract. Countywide services, these are things that are provided countywide to, regardless of whether you're a contracted agency, they're available. Major crimes investigations, there's a number of specialty skill sets and investigations. This is really regional investigations, large narcotics, violent crimes, your strategic intelligence units, those kinds of services. Regional 911, that's another countywide services. Case filing, the work associated with the court system, your SWAT team, SWAT deployment, prisoner, jail services, helicopter, marine dive, your regional marine patrol, although you all do pay for marine patrol as well, so it's indirect services and it's a regional service. And then evidence collection and your crime lab, really specialized piece of work. So that's just a high-level summary of what falls under those categories. So what does it cost you all over the past several years? So looking back historically, in 2016, your cost was about $39.1 million. This is actual cost, contract, plus adjusted for actual expenditures. And it's increased at a generally steady clip. You've seen larger increases some years, lower increases at other years. Your 2025 expense was about $57.3 million. Your 2026 contract is about $64 million for services for BSO. So that's really the baseline contract number that we're working with in 2026. Okay? So contract termination. So one of the big questions that has been asked of us is, all right, if we choose to go down a path of creating our department, what are the implications? And there's quite a bit that's spelled out within the contract. Under the contract, should you terminate, either party can terminate within 90 days notice, but the contract is automatically extended if the municipality does not take over those services after a 12-month period, okay? You all currently own the facility that the Pompano Beach District is housed out of. That's a city property, okay? So BSO would return that property to you all in broom-swept condition. And then the city has the ability to negotiate the purchase of vehicles and equipment that are currently deployed within the Pompano Beach District, okay? That's important as we move through the process, or as we move through the conclusions here. So that's high-level overview of the general contract approach. So community and stakeholder engagement, what do we learn? As I mentioned, we held 2 in-person and 2 virtual sessions in the middle of October. Those were open to all residents and stakeholders. So we really allowed anyone to come in, and we provided an overview of current services. We allowed folks to ask questions about the current BSO agreement. And then we just asked several questions and allowed really just open feedback and dialogue with the folks who were in the room. okay? We tried to make sure that these were at different locations and different times. We had a Thursday night and a Saturday morning to make sure and give folks who work kind of the opportunity to have some options. We chose a couple of virtual sessions. Some people like to just log on and listen, right? Again, trying to provide a couple avenues to be as inclusive as possible and give folks the opportunity to attend. We had about 96 folks attend, and they gave us some really interesting feedback. I would say, important caveat about this, this represents multiple perspectives. I think there were a lot of voices in the room in each of the sessions, a lot of competing perspectives in the room. There wasn't a single dominating theme, but there were a lot of themes that came out that are important from those different voices. And I want to highlight what some of those are for you all, because it's important as you start to think about what your path forward might look like. So the first question that we asked was about sense of safety. We asked how folks feel in the community. And a few key themes. Many folks felt generally safe. So we heard from a number of folks feeling safe in the community, and a number highlighted BSO as a primary reason for their sense of safety. So we heard a lot of complimentary comments from folks in the community. We also heard, however, there's some concern about crime and quality of life issues in the community. So some participants mentioned, specific conditions impacting their sense of safety include, homelessness challenges, violent crimes, and drug use in the community. We heard from a number of vantage points, number of voices, about patrol visibility and response time concerns. So, a number of folks did not feel safe because they don't really see a visible police presence sometimes in their community, and there's some concern and some perspective that BSO can be slow to respond, okay? We also heard some comments around BSO deputy conduct concerns. So a number of residents indicated feeling unsafe due to deputy conduct or perceptions of poor deputy conduct, including perceptions that they may show force unnecessarily and that they may harass members of the community. So again, multiple perspectives throughout these sessions. We also asked about BSO strengths. What did those folks who participated think about those BSO strengths? A lot of folks highlighted the resources available to Pompano Beach through a much larger agency at BSO of about 5,500 plus employees, including access to additional staff during larger incidents that was cited by many folks. A lot of appreciation for the real-time crime center and the 24-hour nature of that, and the specialty services and units that are provided from that much larger agency. So I think there was a lot of comments around appreciating that. We also heard a lot of folks praising BSO's involvement in community associations and events, and a lot of folks did feel that the office was transparent and accessible. So, depending on the perspective in the room, a lot of folks highlighted that as well. BSO staff, there was a lot of appreciation for the folks that interact with people day to day. So participants highlighted BSO deputies' training and experience. It's a very well organized training program. Praised the Pompano Beach District's diversity, especially among the command staff. So we heard that from a number of vantage points as well. So again, high-level themes from BSO. Now, gaps and concerns. What did folks think about gaps and concerns relevant to BSO service? Again, many participants expressed some concern with response time, visibility of patrol, and lack of progress on addressing some of these really complicated challenges associated with homelessness and mental illness and co-occurring substance abuse issues. Deputy conduct, again, that elevated as a gap and concern. There were a number of anecdotal examples of interactions with deputies that folks felt were rude or potentially represented an unnecessary display of force. Transparency, accountability, and accessibility. That was a key theme that came up from multiple vantage points. Several discussed concerns about lack of involvement in the community and a lack of transparency of BS activities and how resources are allocated throughout the city and what drives those decisions. And then there were some comments about politics and leadership that came out really throughout. And several folks expressed concern that the sheriff is not necessarily concerned enough with community issues. So that came up in a number of the areas of discussion, and wanted some additional focus on the community rather than the politics, sort of dominating the discussion today. So overall choice, what are the most important considerations to folks as you start to think about your process and your path forward? A lot of folks concerned about cost and fiscal responsibility. So we heard, a lot of folks concerned about the cost of a potential department, but many folks also see the department as an opportunity to gain some control over how taxpayer dollars are spent. So there's a real balance, interested in cost, but also interested in potentially the value of bringing back in some control, okay? Community involvement. I think folks really want to see a department that's really responsive and involved in the community, right? We heard a lot of comments around the officers know my name, right? And a desire for that kind of an experience. Transparency, accountability, and culture was critical. A lot of folks highlighted that that'll be really important as you think about what a department looks like. And many see this creating a city department as an opportunity to enhance that. Safety, of course, many folks stress the importance that the city should keep safety in mind as the core responsibility above all else. That really resonated in many of the conversations. And then, of course, staffing. There was some concern around whether a city department would be able to have the same level of specialization, the same access to resources that a much larger agency would be able to provide, and some concern about the ability to retain skilled officers in a smaller department. So if there's not a promotional pathway, for example, they want to make sure you can keep the best. Okay? So high level, that's an overview of kind of key themes that we heard from the community. Now we move on to the staffing model, all right? So in most city departments, in most police departments, regardless of what city, your staffing costs are the most significant costs that drive your yearly expenses, and that would be the case here. As a result, one of the most important considerations whenever we estimate what it would take to build a police department for the city of Pompano Beach is what does the law enforcement staffing model need to look like, okay? And remember, our core question is, what do we need to do to replicate the quality of service and the type of services that are being currently provided by BSO? How do you replicate that in a reasonable way with reasonable adjustments based on size and scale to be able to provide those services here today? So I want to talk about the methodology and how we developed our staffing estimates, all right? So first is direct staffing. So obviously your contract currently defines the number of folks who are dedicated to direct services within Pompano Beach. In other words, those folks who are staffed in your district, okay? It's relatively straightforward to say, okay, what does it take to replicate those numbers of positions? So district staffing from a building a staffing model perspective is relatively straightforward, okay? The challenging, sort of complicated piece is how do you estimate the indirect services and then the regional services? So in other words, how do you take a broad pool of staff that are dedicated to training, for example, at BSO, and determine how many folks do you need in a BSO department to be able to staff a training operation, or I'm sorry, a city department to be able to staff a training operation, okay? So we looked at a number of different discrete data points to build an estimate on what staffing needs are, in addition to that direct staffing. So the first is workload. So we looked where it was available at the overall workload for each individual unit in those indirect and regional services, okay? How many cases, for example, in major crimes are being investigated countywide, and how many of those cases come from Pompano Beach, all right? That gives us a basis, a ratio to say, okay, 25% of the cases are coming from Pompano Beach. That's a hypothetical, that's not the number. Giving you an example. 25%, so let's assume 25% of the full-time equivalent positions would need to come over to the city in order to staff that function, okay? So that's one data point that we looked at, where it was available. We also looked at population. So looking at the total population served by BSO, all right? What percentage of that population proportionally of those staff would be dedicated to the city? So looking at that data. We also looked at benchmark departments. All right, so there's a lot of publicly available information with benchmark departments. We had the opportunity to speak, to have conversations with the command staff in some of those departments and review their org charts, and have conversations with them. All right, how do you staff training? How do you staff recruitment? How do you staff those key internal services? Where do you specialize versus where do you generalize? Right, these are really important questions that you have to articulate. So we passed that benchmarking filter through the analysis as well. And then the final piece, well, next to last piece, is applying our law enforcement expertise. So those two folks that I mentioned who have experience running departments, let's pass it through their expertise and make sure that there's any adjustments. We made some adjustments here and there for supervisory spans of control, for example. Here's the best practice. What's the best practice in this particular area? That informed our recommendations on staffing as well. And then finally, what about all the services that the city will have to take on if you all create a department? So human resources, IT, financial management, fleet management, those are all things that the city staff would have to take on. So we engage with the leaders in those particular departments to have conversations about the potential impact and built a staffing model that reflected their feedback as well. Okay? So the point I'm trying to illustrate here is we took a number of different vantage points, a number of different analytical approaches to articulate what we think a staffing level ought to look like going forward. Excuse me. Now, here's a key consideration. These are planning level estimates, all right? This gives you a good baseline that you can draw from. Now, again, what's going to happen is if you create a department, one of your first moves is going to be to hire a chief. That chief is going to make decisions around, all right, where do I want to adjust staffing levels based on the model and based on how I want this department to show up in the community, right? So the number that I'm giving you, again, is a starting point that would then be managed and adjusted with you all, with your feedback, with community's feedback going forward, okay? So when I apply that methodology, we come up with a baseline need of 424 full-time equivalent positions to staff a Pompano Beach Police Department. Okay? That includes about 24 folks that would be city staff, in other words, those indirect services, and about 400 folks, roughly, who would be police department employees, both sworn and civilian. Okay? This does not include several core regional services. So communications and 911, your crime lab, helicopter patrol and air rescue, mounted patrol, prisoner and jail services, bomb squad, dive team, regional marine patrol. In other words, those specialty services that require incredible investments. If you wanted to create a dispatch center, for example, it would this cost estimate would pale in comparison, right? So those are services that are available to the county, that the county sheriff is required to provide. We've assumed that the sheriff will continue to provide those should you create a department. Okay? So how does this compare? So when we developed the estimated staffing model, our final check was to compare it against your benchmark communities. So as you can see, Pompano Beach, your BSO contract estimate, in other words, our estimated FTE impact for what you're currently paying, and then which is 35.7 FTE per 10,000 residents, and then Pompano Beach as a city department, 37 FTE full-time equivalents per 10,000 residents. So as you can see, looking at some of the peer benchmarks that we compared against, you really fall right in the middle. So this gives us a sense that the number that we are targeting with respect to your recommended or estimated staffing model is generally in line with your peers to provide a little bit more security that it's a reasonable approach.
I'm sorry to interrupt for just a moment. Excuse me, in the corner, can we please take conversations out in the lobby? Please do so. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
I'll thank him for letting me take a drink of water. That was nice.
Absolutely.
So what are the costs, right? So ultimately, your staffing model is going to drive what your costs are, the number of positions that you need. As you make adjustments, as your chief makes adjustments, that could increase the cost or it could decrease the cost. But based on that 424 staffing number that we've articulated, there's a number of very important considerations from a cost perspective. First is operating. So what does it take year in, year out to pay your personnel and non-personnel expenses, okay? And there's capital. So what are the big ticket items, the investments that you have to make to start up a department? Because you all have been out of this business since 1999. It takes some investment to be able to stand up a department. Facilities, equipment, technology, all those kinds of things. We built estimates on that. And we want to articulate what this means to the taxpayer, right? And what the potential revenue alternatives look like as well. So on the operating cost side, I want to highlight a few critical considerations. So you cannot separate the decision to, the potential decision to create your own department from the implementation risks and implementation challenges associated with doing so. So as a result, as we've built out the staffing estimates in our particular approach, we're actively trying to take into account what we believe are really real practical implementation challenges should you choose to stand up a department. Your most significant risk and challenges is associated with staffing the department in a short period of time. You have to be able to do this with lateral recruitment. So what does lateral recruitment mean? It essentially means you have to be able to entice enough BSO employees to come over to this organization through your hiring process to be able to staff a department. That means we need to make sure that there's market-based compensation and that we've appropriately incentivized a move forward, okay? If you're going to pull folks either from BSO or from other departments. If you're relying on academy classes, right, it's gonna take a lot longer to implement, all right? We've also assumed that you all would enter in, you're not currently part of the Florida retirement system, but everyone at BSO, for example, has access to FRS, the Florida retirement system. No one is gonna come over to this department from BSO unless they're able to take their pension credits with them, which means entering into the Florida retirement system. We have also assumed a $15,000 signing bonus as a one-time cost in our expenses, okay? When we look at some of the recruitment challenges with law enforcement, it's an extremely difficult recruitment environment. We looked at what some of your peers are offering from an incentive-based program. Miami Beach, for example, offers a $20,000 signing bonus, right? So we've budgeted that $15,000, but it would be under a 2-year clawback. In other words, you don't get it and then get to leave without paying it back, right? So there's a sequence that you would build in. And then we fully loaded the personnel costs. So we're not just estimating salary expense, although we have built a competitive package that is not top tier, but it will allow you to recruit folks. But we've also assumed the city's benefit structure. So your healthcare costs, all your other ancillary benefits are baked in. So in other words, what you all use for your city employees. Okay? So there's just key assumptions to take into account as we look at personnel costs. Non-personnel costs. So what are those things? Those are really core categories like utilities, your facility operations, insurance, fuel, fleet maintenance, your IT, expenses, those kinds of things are all rolled in under non-personnel. To develop your budget estimate for non-personnel expenses, we looked at BSO's budget. So what is your current department spending on some of these core categories? And we looked at operational modeling. So where it was available, we looked at unit costs. In other words, we have data on how many miles the patrol vehicles in your particular community drive in a year. That gives us the ability to estimate what your fuel costs might look like going forward, right? So where it was possible and we had that data, we used that information. And then we also use benchmark budget data as well, looking at their budget workbooks to develop reasonable ratios to come up with your non-personnel budget estimate, okay? So key approaches on the assumptions there. Capital and startup. This is obviously a critical area, and there are several really important elements to discuss. The first is the facility. So as I mentioned early, you all currently own the facility that BSO operates out of, that the BSO district operates out of. It was built in 1985, which is I'm a little bit older than that, and if the facility is in the same condition as my niece, is the way I would articulate it. It's significantly outside of its useful life. So regardless of whether you stay with BSO or whether you create a department, there's going to be a need to invest in that facility in some meaningful way. Creating a stand-up, now, it doesn't necessarily have to be next year, but down the road, there'll be some investment or some adjustment that will be required. If you create a department, it essentially fast-tracks that decision. So as you're increasing the size of your department, the current facility would not be able to house that number of full-time equivalent positions, okay? So we have looked at the possibility of what it would take to fully build a new facility. That is full estimate, kind of soup to nuts from design to build, okay? There is some variation in approach, and this is one of those areas where there's some caveats. You all could choose to remodel your facility and lease other space. You all are gonna have be able to really explore a lot of options as you consider it. But in terms of building out your high-level estimate of what it will cost to create a facility, we bake that in. So other kind of key considerations in terms of what we've included. So stand-up facility requirements, again, this is based on the staffing model, functional unit requirements, as well as industry standards. We phased some implementation. Again, we've assumed some costs for temporary space as you start to build out a department because it's a long-term implementation plan. And again, that site development and some of those conservative planning assumptions around contingency, soft costs, your design engineering, those are baked into those assumptions as well. Other capital costs. So you build a new station or you house a station, you got to buy furniture, right? But here's a really important distinction. So the other capital area that's really one time, are things like your fleet, your equipment, those key things that it could be technology, laptops, vests, rebranding. Everything that you currently that you may purchase from BSO would need to be rebranded to reflect Pompano Beach, right? There are a lot of costs like that that would need to be built in. There's really a couple of approaches that we took in terms of estimating what those costs are. The first is looking at fleet. Fleet is a large option. You all have the ability to negotiate with BSO to purchase the current fleet and the current equipment that's assigned at BSO at market value. The contract does not define a formula for how you get to market value. For the fleet, we looked at the age of the current fleet that's assigned to the district. We looked at its useful life, and we estimated value based on straight line depreciation, okay? So just where we could do that kind of thing, we backed into it. For all those other smaller pieces of equipment, everything from vests to technology investments, those kinds of things, we looked at unit cost. So we looked at benchmarking unit cost. What did your peers pay for those specific items? We looked at vendor quotes, where they were available for key pieces of technology, to be able to articulate what that initial one-time investment is. But it's not just about one-time investment, it's also about replacement, right? You have to be able to plan for that replacement over the year so it translates into an ongoing operating cost as well. All right. So what is the cost summary? Okay. What I want to do is really hit at a high level the overall total cost values estimates for each of those key categories, and then I'll give you a summary just to tie it all together. So on the personnel side, applying the assumptions that we've identified, we assume a year one cost of about $89.1 million. I'm sorry, a 2029 cost after implementation period, about 89.1 on personnel costs alone. So again, that's your sworn and civilian salaries. We've assumed midpoint of the salary range. In some cases, you'll hire lower. In some cases, you'll hire at a higher rate, right? Again, what implementation looks like, what your actual hiring plan looks like, will have a fundamental impact on what your actual expense is. But in terms of our assumption, we've assumed midpoint. We built in overtime assumptions, workers' compensation, all those kind of key elements that you have to consider for a fully burdened cost. But we've also included an attrition buffer. So one of the realities of moving from BSO, BSO has 5,500 folks roughly in the budget. You're able to draw from those folks when you have vacancies and pull them in. You won't have the same number, the same size of a department to be able to pull that off. So you have to build in a buffer in terms of your staffing levels and your cost to be able to backfill for those vacancies. Operating costs, we've assumed $10.7 million. Again, each of those elements, utilities, facility operating cost, insurance, fuels, et cetera, et cetera. So those core technology licensing, body camera programs, those kinds of things, okay? Your facility is a different animal. So the total cost to construct a facility, assuming you would pay one-time costs, which I doubt you would, is about $107 million to build a new police station, okay? We have assumed that this would be amortized, it'd be financed through a GAO bond, which would translate into an interest rate assumption of about 4.42% over 30 years, which reflects about $8.1 million in annual debt service to be able to stand up a department. A key thing to consider, okay, there are lots of options short of fully building a brand new station. Public safety complex, looking at remodel plus lease space, having multiple facilities based on facilities that are available in the community. This is an area where I think there's a lot of variability in terms of what your actual costs would be based on the specific options that are available to you. But again, this gives you a sense as if you were going to build one, this is the impact. You would also have to pay for the BSO contract during transition. So I'll talk about this in a moment when we get to the implementation section, but we've assumed a very tight, roughly 2.5-year implementation period. During that implementation period, the contract states that as you all start to stand up particular units, in other words, it was you flip a switch on for patrol or you flip a switch on for core or for other units and direct services, BSO will flip that switch off, right? And then they determine what the amount that they charge for the remaining services that BSO will provide. In practice, as you're going through that process, it'll be a very complicated process of determining what's what. That's one of the most difficult portions of the implementation process. As you all stand up and train, how do you know it's time to turnover services, right? It's not really specified in the contract what that looks like and what the cost share looks like. So we have assumed that you would pay the lion's share of the BSO contract cost in year one, but in year two, that would significantly reduce, right? As you start to stand up your department in year two, you're able to peel back off on your BSO costs. We have assumed, really, frankly, as a baseline number, about $750,000 in consulting support. You're going to need help writing ordinances, writing policies, helping you with purchasing processes, all those critical elements that you'll need to execute a department, okay? So that contract transition and one-time cost about $81.9 million over 2 years. With respect to the technology, the investments that we've articulated, furniture, fleet, equipment, et cetera, what it takes to really stand those up. We have not assumed that these costs will be amortized. In other words, although there may be options to issue debt for some of these items. In some cases, some of these larger purchases, you have to purchase a lot of them, but the individual items might not be super expensive from a unit cost perspective or from a life cycle perspective, so they don't necessarily lend themselves to financing, right? So you'll have to make some decisions about what you can finance and what you pay one time. We've assumed a lump sum contribution early on of about $38.8 million, and then looking out over the years, you'll have a replacement cycle. It averages out to about $4.6 million a year, but in reality, it hits at different times, right? Based on the replacement cycle of the items that you buy and when you'd have to replace them, okay? So what does this all translate to? I've tried to summarize this in a table, even though it's very complicated. So I'll start with one-time costs at the top. So I mentioned, facilities, fleet, equipment, and technology, those one-time costs, if you paid for them all at once, are about $145.6 million, okay? Under the BSO contract, those aren't necessarily investments that you would need to make. You would also need to pay that share of contract during the transition, about $81.2 million over that 2-year period. Now, if I estimated, and again, it's an estimate, what the BSO contract would look like over that same period, it'd be about $139.5 million over that 2 years. So you'd reduce your total expense on the BSO contract side by about $58 million during that implementation period. But again, fundamentally dependent on how effective the implementation process works, and I'll touch on that in a moment. The consulting support, which we've highlighted. The real apples to apples comparison, apart from the one-time costs and the transition costs, is on your ongoing annual operating costs, so your personnel and non-personnel expenses. We've assumed about $99.8 million in 2029 after full implementation for a total cost of operating the department annually. BSO contract estimate based on a projected estimate over that 2-year period is about $75 million, which translates into a difference of about $24.8 million at the outset. And then there's the capital financing piece. So if you choose to finance the facility, if you choose to fully rebuild it, that $8.3 million would be added on. But again, it depends what you do with your current facility. There's investment that's already needed. So in reality, $8.3 million isn't really a fully new expense because you got to do it one way or the other. It just depends on the size and scale of what you tackle. But again, this gives you a good sense of what the overall impact might look like. Okay? Now here's the caveats, okay? So there are a number of factors. One of the things that I think we've heard and I think folks are interested in knowing is, all right, if we take on this expense and if we have this one-time investment to get back in the business of providing policing services, what's the impact, okay? And can we potentially achieve savings in the long term? And there's several concerns there. One is the 2026 baseline. So it all depends on what your starting point is. We don't know what your 2026 expenses will actually be. We know what your contract is, but not your expenses. We don't know what your 2027 BSO contract costs will look like. That hasn't been submitted or negotiated yet, right? So there are kind of factors that influence, all right, what's our long-term savings and what that sort of negotiated cost trajectory might look like with BSO. If you are going to save money long-term, it will require quite a bit of discipline in terms of controlling the city's policing costs. To the tune of, in other words, you all would need to commit to capping expenses at 4%, 5%, below 5% going forward in order to be able to ultimately close the path over 10 to 15 years and be able to generate savings on an operating to operating basis. Okay, so that's an important consideration going forward. Transition cost variability. I'll talk about the implementation plan in a minute. There are a lot of things in the contract and a lot of costs that are subject to negotiation between the city and BSO, right? So we've built estimates on what some of those costs would look like. Where it actually lands is a subject to negotiation because those formulas and how you go about it aren't defined. What defines, for example, market rate value for a piece of fleet, for your fleet, is not articulated in the agreement. There's also sort of timeline risk. We have articulated about a 2.5-year implementation period. That could extend if you have a hard time hiring folks, if you have delays in the acquisition of technology. We have communities that are waiting 18 months to get a patrol vehicle right now because of supply chain issues, right? So when you bump into those issues, it can extend the implementation timeline and then start to compound the cost because as you extend that implementation timeline, you're still paying for BSO services, right? So there is some real risk there. There's also some long-term pension exposure. And I think this is one of the things that I would be concerned about. And as I mentioned, in order to be able to entice folks to come over from BSO to staff this department, you'll need to enter into FRS, okay? Now, over time, once you've staffed your department, you're going to start hiring folks off the street. And the folks that you hire may not have a relationship with FRS. And when they do, they're going to look at FRS and its benefits, and then they're going to look at the city's police and fire pension system, the city's pension system, and they're going to say, those benefits look a lot better than FRS. I want that. And you will inevitably have a collective bargaining negotiation process, and I think you run the risk of eventually having to turn on that pension in the long term, and our initial calculations indicate that it's about a 34% cost increase in pension cost when we look at that, right? So that's a long-term consideration. So as you think about the potential for long-term cost savings, it's important to think about those risks as well. So those are the caveats, but how does it compare? So again, as we look at Pompano Beach, both your BSO contract and the city department estimate, we did a calculation compared to your benchmarks of the cost per 10,000 residents. Our estimate is about $6.9 million for the department on the operating cost level. That compares, and again, right in the middle, really, with most of your benchmarks. Your current contract is toward the bottom near Clearwater. So what is the taxpayer impact? Obviously, this is a really important consideration. So as we look at the potential operating cost, we estimated the potential impact on property value or on property tax rates per year, property tax payments per year, based on property value. So at about a $200,000 property value, it's about $226 a year on operating cost. Your median home price is $321,000. That translates into about $408. And a $500,000 home translates into about $675, $77 to be specific, going out for it. But again, this will change over time, okay? So the implementation pathway and risks. We spend a lot of energy in our analysis articulating what a path forward might look like. And there's really three primary categories in terms of how we framed implementation. So the first is your pre-implementation period, which is whenever the point you make a decision to the point your current contract expires, your current extension expires, which is in September, all right? The primary focus during that pre-implementation period is to build your implementation team and to build that infrastructure. And I'll kind of talk about what that means. Year one would be heavily focused on building your direct services. So in other words, replicating those services that are housed out of the Pompano Beach district, all right? Year two would be primarily focused on building or negotiating some of those specialty services that you may continue to receive from the county, or building your own, okay? So this is a snapshot of the implementation plan that we've outlined. I want to highlight really just the key elements and how they sequence. The first thing that you all would need to do is immediately start negotiating with BSO on some of these unknown cost factors. So, day one, it's negotiation time. What are we going to pay? How do we value these assets? What's our ultimate cost? What's the transition plan look like? That kind of thing. Concurrently, you need to set up an implementation team. What I would recommend is that you hire an interim chief, not a full-time chief. You hire an interim chief who is a really, really good project manager. And you don't necessarily hire your full-time chief immediately. Chiefs tend to build kingdoms, and we want an interim chief who's building a project, who's treating this as a project and staffing your department. It gives you the ability to then do a recruitment for the chief as you start to staff up your department and get folks in the seats. You also need to build out all of the very specific internal support services. You got to have HR people, finance people, IT people, purchasing folks. How are we going to build the systems? How are we going to start and manage these recruitment processes, right? So that building that core implementation team is really important early on. And then starting to make some decisions around your facilities. Facilities, technology, fleet, those things take a long time to implement, all right? You got to get moving really quickly on those things to be able to position where you can hit a 2.5 year implementation period, okay? The other piece there is you need some expedited decision-making processes. What we can't be, what will not work is spending 6 months in a purchasing process for a piece of technology that's going to take 18 months to implement, right? So figuring out how you can create some expedited processes will be important. Fleet acquisition technology, all those things are important. Recruitment and workforce, we've built out a specific plan and sequence for who to start with. Start with your sergeants. Have your sergeants help you hire officers. For example, just laid out a very kind of thoughtful approach there. As well as having a new recruit pipeline. So in addition to lateral recruitment, we need to start, all right, how do we bring in new folks to augment that? Building out your training programs, and then paying attention to some of those longer term implementation challenges associated with potentially negotiating for other services from BSO or from partners, which I'll highlight in a moment. I've mentioned the pension cost pressure just in terms of long-term risks, the cost discipline that's required. If the goal is to achieve long-term savings, this commission and future commissions would need to commit to some significant cost constraints and cost controls, which is very challenging in the labor market right now for law enforcement. That's just an extremely difficult environment for recruitment. Vacancy rates in every department that we work in, save one, are in bad shape, and that's just a reality of what we're dealing with. And then I think that the revenue and legislative uncertainty, the conversations that are happening in Tallahassee right now regarding property taxes, certainly create a little bit of unpredictability in terms of what your ultimate outcome would be. So what are the alternatives and policy choices that are in front of you? There's really 4 options as we see them. The first is to create a standalone department. Now, this is the option that is best suited for maximum local control and accountability. Okay? So when we really want to have control over the future of our department, we want to influence deployment, we want to influence and control our costs, this is the option that best gets you there. This gives you the highest control, but it's also the highest cost. And it's the most complex to implement and manage from a liability perspective as well. Your capital need is also the highest for this particular option. We've also articulated a hybrid approach, and that could be that you all stand up some or all of the direct services while you continue to contract with BSO or another partner agency to provide those specialty services, or to be able to still take advantage of some of those economies of scale. So again, this gives you the ability to take some control over those direct services that your folks in the community experience most frequently, but still benefit from some of the economies of scale that may be offered with other agencies or partnerships. Again, best suited for kind of balanced control, but kind of thoughtful approach to gaining efficiencies. Option 3 is more of a regional or peer partnership model. This is best suited if you're looking for a longer term regional innovation, okay? Are we trying to fundamentally change the service model? You don't necessarily pull back control if you have a regional department. Typically, folks are appointed to a board in a regional department. A regional department has a board. That board manages the chief, et cetera. So it's not necessarily the best option to generate control, okay? Cost exposure, moderately high as well. Again, those benefits of economies of scale, potential benefits of shared costs for purchasing technology, for example. There are some cost advantages to those partnerships. Complexity, it's extremely complex, and there is still the capital investment need. Having multiple governing bodies involved in the future of a department, having helped communities create regional departments and then helped communities get out of regional departments. I've done both. It can be a really challenging environment, okay? The 4th option is a renegotiated agreement with BSO. This is best suited for kind of cost containment and stability, but it gives you the lowest control. So if the ultimate objective is we want to be able to control our expenses, we want to be able to carry forward, this doesn't get you there. Cost exposure is lowest, complexity is the least, and the capital investment need is minimal as well. There are some things that we've highlighted with respect to areas of the contract that you can potentially strengthen to be able to generate more predictability for the department. From a cost, instituting some cost caps in terms of what the annual growth and expense could look like. That's a pathway that you can move toward with in our negotiation process. Looking for greater transparency into the cost, the underlying costs associated with some of those indirect services. Getting really specific about the formulas that you all will use to calculate market rate should you choose to exit and create your own department in the future. In other words, how do we define market value? What's our process? How do we define what our costs are during the transition period, what we pay, what we pay the sheriff, and how we wean ourselves off that during an implementation period, right? So there's areas in the contract where you can make some adjustments to create a little bit more predictability on the part of the city as you start to try to manage your expenses going forward, okay? So what's the core policy choice? So, you may have noticed I have not made a recommendation. Our job is not to recommend a path for you. There is no right answer. There are multiple options that have multiple implications, right? And this is really a policy choice that you all as a governing body and you all as a community are going to have to wrestle with. So, what is the degree of local control required, right? What are desired? What are you looking for? What's your tolerance for some of the financial exposure or capital investment and taking on the risk, right, associated with creating a department? Do you have the capacity to take on the implementation complexity? Because it's a very heavy lift that's going to require a lot of focus from a lot of folks over a couple years. What's the importance of cost predictability versus operational autonomy, right? You all are going to have to balance that, and then that self-directed policing identity, of course, is critical. So those high level are as an overview of the findings that we've articulated in our analysis. At this point, I'll pause and take a drink of water.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Lots of interesting. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of interesting information there for us all to consider and deliberate on. At this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for commission questions. It's like this is a presentation, so we'll have ample opportunities. Just so everybody's clear, this is commission questions only. No cap on how long you guys want to go, but we'll have ample opportunities. We'll go into one-on-ones with staff on these matters, have more meetings with staff and the public. Also, there's a couple of public meetings coming up, one at the Larkin Center on the 26th, one at the Cultural Center on March 12th, where you will be presenting again, and also the public will then have opportunities for questions at that point in time, and we will have a workshop session, of course, amongst the commission with the public, where we will once again address this issue, and we will continue that process until we reach a conclusion and make a decision of what we want to do as a community. So this is just the beginning steps, but any questions, concerns? Commissioner Smith, you can start off.
Jonathan, the $89.1 million per personnel cost, does that include the signing bonuses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further commissions, further questions? Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, and I just wanted to say it is very complex, and it's a very good and thorough report. I'm glad we did this. It's been talked about here and there, on and off, now and then, and getting the numbers or a reasonable estimate of what it would cost, and it's not a cost, it's a cost to the city, but ultimately it's a cost to the taxpayers. Do you have a chart that shows different, sort of that, you probably don't have it in, the one that shows the graph?
In terms of projecting what the costs look like over time, not in the PowerPoint. So one of the things that we've tried to do is give you a sense of, all right, what would happen long term, right? And the reality is there are so many unknowns with respect to what your actual implementation costs will be. Your baseline year is going to be year one, year two. All right, what do we actually pay to the sheriff? What's the actual cost? How long did implementation actually take? Right. Right. The key thing to consider going forward is, You know, if we looked at, all right, if we set caps, for example, in the BSO contract, historically, it's not in there now, but historically there was a 5% cost growth cap, baseline cap in the contract. So if you looked out 5% in order to, and said, okay, that's the number that we'll use to project BSO costs, right? Then you would have to keep the city's costs below 5% going forward. If we look back historically at the city's personnel costs, you're at about 6.7% over about the past 10-year period. Your non-personnel costs are about 2%. So again, you haven't historically kept your costs down below that 5% level. You're growing, you're adding. You have to really tease out one-times. You have to tease out all the grants that came over and came through during COVID, right? There's all sorts of things that sort of flow into that. The key thing to think about is you have to maintain really controlled cost discipline going forward in order to even come close to achieving a long-term savings. Okay.
So yes, and it very might be a reduction in services, personnel, capital improvements, or what have you, as the costs are higher than what we're paying now. And public safety is our number one priority. And you made a very good point when you talked about property taxes. Anyone in the who's paying attention knows that at the legislative level, they're considering reducing, eliminating any number of non-homestead or homesteaded non-school taxes. So right now we're at everything is uncertain as far as I'm concerned in paying for the additional, because if we don't have a millage rate for that, we're going to be depending on commercial businesses, et cetera. And every single one of those tax proposals, whichever one does, if any, gets on the ballot in November, every single one of them says, you cannot, you shall not, you will not, you must not, you shall not reduce the amount of money that you pay for police and fire. And they're all there. You're just going to look them up and read them. All of them have that command. When you say shall not, that means you cannot. So we'll be paying what we're paying now for police and fire, no matter what, if any of those tax proposals does go through. So, I mean, going forward, it's a huge consideration, and it's not the city that's paying. It's, again, the taxpayers. People are going to be paying for that, because that's how governments work. We get the money from the taxpayers, and then we provide the services. So this is really an astronomical number, and it seems very complicated. But I really want to thank you for your report and your very thorough consideration, and I look forward to getting some more questions as I go through it, more of it. So thank you, Mayor.
Good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I talk a lot about making good deals, and for me, this is a great opportunity for us to really do this the right way. So we have started by doing this very important study that has given us the information on one option, what it costs to stand up our own department. And yes, it is an awful lot. I've always said that there's a lot of nostalgia about Pompano PD, but it was 1999 and the entire world has changed so dramatically since 1999. It was pre-school shootings and 9/11 and all these incidents that have really changed law enforcement. So right now, this is the first step, which is to get an idea of what it would actually take. So when I get that question, which we get all the time, we can now help answer that and talk people through that. And so I think I appreciate your work on this. It is very thorough. And I know I, for one, am committed to taking the time and getting this right. So the next piece of that, obviously, of this process is figuring out what the alternative costs, right? So we know what BSO has cost. We don't know what a future contract would look like. And I think a lot of your work unearthed some issues that maybe we weren't really aware of about the contract and other costs. So I know I went back and looked at the amount that we pay BSO through the county also. So about 50% of your county taxes from the general fund there go to BSO also. So as a Pompano taxpayer, we are paying our contracted amount, but we are also paying another $65 million to the sheriff for all these shared services. And I think we need to get really granular and specific about what we're actually getting, because, you know, there's Marine Patrol here, there's Marine Patrol here, there's a lot of different categories that show up in both contracts. So this has been, I think, a really good starting point for us, but there's so much more work to do to figure out what the decision is. So we have half of it maybe at this point, but we still need to figure out what the other options are, including, I think, getting a little more quantitative about what a regional approach would look like. I know your conclusion was you have to stand up your own department first and then try to find a regional approach. And I still have some questions about if there is a different way to do that.
Sure.
One thing I'm hoping to get from the city, or I don't know if you have it, is kind of a side-by-side of the conclusion that was reached in Deerfield versus here, because we get a lot of questions about that also, because it was a very different conclusion. So I've looked at both reports, and you can see the differences in analysis, but I'd like us to kind of try to bridge some of that also to understand, you know, if there are potential opportunities that they saw that you know, we're not looking at. So there were some other really interesting ideas, and so I thank you for your work on this, and we have a lot of work to do as a commission now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to say thank you again for the work and this presentation. It's very detailed, and I know that you shared only a small piece of it with us so far. One question I did have, because we have a good amount of people in the audience, so just by a show of hands, silently, was how many people are here to hear about this, or to wanted to find out about this or learn more about this? Okay, that's substantial. So the reason for that is because when things are on the agenda item, I mean, obviously this is a presentation, but when things are on the agenda, that's when you come out to see these things, we obviously want to hear what you have to say as well. So although I'm happy that there is a presentation that is happening in 2 days, which we found out about somewhat recently, I would really like to hear from the people who have taken the time out of their day, if at all possible, because I think you're right, we have a lot to do here, but if these folks have come and sat through this and sat through everything else with us, I feel like we should at least try to give them the opportunity to have their voice be heard in a public forum as part of our meeting.
Very good.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you. I wanted to apologize to some of the people who came and they were depending on speaking, and that won't happen until Thursday, I think, at the EPAT Larkins, the city scheduled. Okay, so I wanted to thank you also for the study. However, I have a different angle from, I guess, everybody else, but I just need you to correct me if I'm wrong. We, 2025, we're paying 63 or $64 million to BSO, 2025.
Your 2026, your current contract amount's about 64.9 million.
Okay, so is it incorrect, because I was told that BSO contract was extended September of this year, 2026?
That's the value I'm referring to, yes,
To the amount of 72.8 million. Is that correct? Yes, no?
correct.
Oh, okay. All right, and that includes 28 new positions along with that?
No, so I think you're thinking about a requested budget amount. So this does not include the 28 requested positions. Those are not baked into our figures, no.
Okay, so the 72.8 million comes in where?
I have 64.9 million in your current contract cost.
That's now, but I'm told that for 2026 September, the request is 72.8 million.
I'm not sure what the request is for the next year.
Okay.
At this point.
All right, so either way it goes, we have to have community police, well, we have to have policing in the city of Pompano, whether it be BSO or the standalone department. But my take on it is I would really like to see a third-party study. When I spoke with you today at City Hall, I was wondering, did you work for BSO?
No, ma'am. I've never,
I know.
I have not had a single relationship with anyone from BSO in the entirety of my life.
Okay.
So,
But in my opinion, we have a lot of work to do. This is a big move. And I would love an independent third-party study, just to get a different take on things as to what's going on. I know that it will be very expensive first 2 or 3 years if we are standalone, I'm sure of that. And then after that, we should somewhat level out to some degree. So there are a lot of questions that I have based on your study, and I didn't get the time to mention that to you today. But that is my request, that we have another study done. So a lot of you don't know, and I will go ahead and say it, that 1989, there were 12 of us trying to block BSO from coming in. However, BSO came into Pompano. Ken Jennings at the time was the sheriff. And of course, he came in and did everything he said he was going to do, and that's how he gained my respect. But times have changed, things are different, cost is much, much higher. I've always thought that there should be a level of connectivity and communication with law enforcement and the community. And that's where I am. But there's a lot to be discussed with this as far as numbers are concerned, because of course we didn't want this to be a burden on the taxpayers, because we have enough taxes going on right now here in Pompano. So with that, I'd just like to hear what the mayor has to say in his take, and we will go from there.
Very good. Go ahead.
may I?
Yeah, sure.
So I want to just respond to a couple of items. So what we were asked to do as a third party, as an independent party, we have no relationship with the city. We have no relationship with BSO. Our task, we don't have a dog in the hunt, but I am not concerned with which direction you all choose to go. Your perspective on who you all are, what your identity is as a community, it's a really important decision, because how you police and what your police, sort of how they reflect in the community, is critical to that. And that's your all's decision, and nothing in this analysis takes away from that. Our job is to dispassionately give you an estimate of what it takes to get this done, so you have a really good basis of comparison. We have no relationship with BSO, and we stake our reputation on the quality of the work.
Okay.
Okay?
Good, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Very good.
Now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Fesick, you still have questions?
Thank you. Yeah, I was, so I want to say that again, like I said, I started with, I thank you for this. I would really like to have the opportunity to go over things more in detail with, and the information you provided in our report was well laid out. I want to say thank you for that too, because it was helpful. There are still some things that I think, while you shared with us, that BSO was very helpful in giving you data. I would love to see how some of that crossed over. In some of the research I had done before we got to this point with you, some of the things that I noticed that in previous contract negotiations, it was advised by BSO that we should have more staff, including up until last year, to cover our population growth. And so what was most interesting to me was when you got to the 424 officers, and I understand that some of those were internal staffing, but how that compares with our, was it 282, I believe?
Direct staffing, yes.
Direct staffing now. So that's a significant increase as well. And that's something I'd like to revisit when we have those conversations.
Sure.
Really looking at what those apples to apples comparisons are by who's staffing what. Do we have the coverage based on not just square footage or by population itself, but by actual activity or where we need to pay more attention, where we're anticipating future growth with additional residents that are coming in and trying to project that forward as well. Sure. One thing that again, I go back to conversations with the public, and while I appreciate I know that you and I had a good conversation about my concerns being quality of service, long-term, and not having any of that hiccup, and actually improving service, if possible. My concern is that there were only 96 participants in the two meetings, and I understand,
Sure.
by the way, that it's very difficult to get with everybody's schedules. I mean, it's very rare that we have this many people in the audience as well. So 96 participants, you know I was one of them for one of the virtuals, so 95, right? And that's a very, very, very small percentage
Yes.
for some feedback. So I would really like to see also more community feedback, and while these meetings is great, this meeting is great in terms of EPAT Larkins, I would really like to see that be a more open dialogue before we start getting into some of the nitty gritty, because I think there's a lot more people here, and maybe it's something, Mr. Harrison, that we are able to do through a survey that we put out there, or maybe we reshare your survey. Maybe we kind of understand what some people's feedback is, as well as potentially give them the opportunity to speak at one of these workshops or meetings. And I truly feel, and this is not to you, but more to our staff, I think it's really important that we make sure that people feel they have the ability to come here and speak, and not at a community branch. Here is part of our meetings that are on record. They're here so you can be heard in a public forum, and you can go back and listen and go back and look, and your name is on record. That will be the same in workshops, but I really think it's important to televise this and make sure that we truly do this from the very ground up, having the difficult conversations face to face, eye to eye, and making sure we're hearing everybody that needs to be heard. So we have a lot of work to do. I'm looking forward to digging into it. I know that I also like a good deal, but I want to make sure that the quality of service we retain stays the same or improves. And I think sometimes it takes guts to look at it, right? And a few people asked me when we first started this, aren't you afraid of what's going to be shown? And I said, no, absolutely not, because this is the part where we get to make the decisions. When we know what the options are, we can then make sure that they're working for the best of the community, not just short-term, but long-term. So again, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure who's the best one to address this question. It's probably Mr. Harrison, but really, what kind of a willingness have we seen in the past from BSO as far as negotiating terms of contracts? Because that's one of the options going forward, is to negotiate and try and, okay, let's work this out together. So, Mr.
Yes.
What kind of stance have they had?
Mr. Berman has been involved, as well as myself and staff, and we find them to be very open and considerate.
Cooperative with
Sure.
input for negotiation?
That's another adverb that could be added. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we possibly could modify things.
Sure.
Okay. We can try. Okay.
It's always possible.
Very good. Well, now here's the thing, because we've got 2 scheduled community meetings out there where you're going to be giving this presentation. You're going to be taking questions and comments at those meetings, and we will follow it up with a city commission workshop where everybody's welcome to get questions and comments made. Like I said, we will have one-on-ones with staff. We can ask all the questions, dig into details as deep as we want to. We've got the 143-page book that was presented to us just a few days ago. So we've got a lot of homework to do before we really come together and make any kind of decisions. And in my mind, there's no reason to delay things. So that's why we've got these, February 26th and March 12th, and then we'll have one-on-ones coming up. So let's try and really engage in this process and figure things out. You do want to make sure that you understand the numbers and understand the ramifications going forward, whatever we do. Different people have different ideas about what they want to do, I'm sure, but the way to do that is really look at the details and listen to the people, and that's what it's about. But that's not what tonight is. Tonight was to get the initial presentation out there so that we can start this conversation. And it's an important conversation because the city of Pompano Beach, we're a big city, and we've got some real questions going forward with our contracts. That's one of the reasons why we only have a one-year contract, correct, Mr. Harrison?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I want to add that this 143-page report is on our website.
Yes, yes, it is. It is, yeah, and in fact, it's under the resident tab, and then it's under resident information on the residents page. So yeah, the entire 143-page document is there, which is the report from the Raftellus folks. And are we also going to get this slideshow?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can link that at the same place. Very good. Any further questions from the commission?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
Doing your study, did you ever, or have you ever talked with any of the other chiefs in Broward County that transferred from BSO to their own city?
Did we engage with those folks? No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you, sir. Yes. All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. to go? All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Pompano Beach City Commission. All right, that takes us up to, we've gotten all the way up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion Can I get a motion approving items 1 and 2?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item number 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing Dodie Keith Lazowick to the Pompano Beach Economic Development Council of the City of Pompano Beach as appointee of Commissioner Rhonda Segerson-Eaton for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on February 23rd, 2029, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, I pull this for a resident.
And President, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue in Pompano Beach. There's a few problems here. I am 100% against putting people on boards whose businesses profit off the city. Now, if we had Joe's Florals shop that makes a few $1,000s here, a few $1,000s there off the city, that's nothing. But when we have a business that has probably profited millions of dollars off the taxpayers, that, I don't know how people like this are getting put on boards at all. I don't know why anybody would vote for this. And I can guarantee you everybody behind me, even though they're not in there here any longer, would agree with me. You want to put people on boards? Let them be civilians. Let them be somebody that owns small businesses that do make maybe something off the city, but not buku dollars. I don't agree with that whatsoever. Also, on the sheet, I'd have to go back and look at it. You have to put your name. You know that. It's not printed correctly. For instance, if you want to use your middle, if you want to use a nickname as Mickey, you can put Mike, Mickey in parentheses, quotation marks, then your last name. She doesn't have her name. Her name is not on here properly. Am I correct, Mark? What, Dodie?
As far as I know, this is her correct legal name.
Dodie?
Nothing to believe it's not.
That's not her proper name. That is not her proper name.
That's what she calls herself, and that's what she's
Her
known
name
as.
is-
I haven't seen her driver's license, respectfully, so I can't answer your question.
That is not her proper name.
Continue,
And
Mr.
when you don't put your proper name down, you have to tell the truth on what you're doing. Now, I know you're gonna come back and say, well, she does this and that for the city, and does these charities. Guess what? We got lots of people that give back to the city. You just don't know what the heck they're doing because we keep our mouths shut. Her name isn't on there properly. You need to check into that. You look at the voting records.
This is not elected office, sir. This is an appointment to a board. If that's the name she's known by and wants to be known by, that would be adequate.
If you fill out the forms, okay, let's put it this way. If I was up for something like this and I didn't put my name down properly, there ain't no way I'd get voted on. No way. You need to look and see what her proper name is. And then you'll see who was correct.
This is not the thing that's going to keep me awake tonight. There are many other things.
The thing is, you got to follow the rules. That's the thing. You have to follow the rules, plain and simple.
We'll take a look.
You have to follow the rules, plus, like I stated, I don't think there's a person that would disagree with me to put people on these boards that are making so much money off the city.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't think so.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Any further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion? None? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Fessick?
So, thank you. I was originally going to pull both of these items, number 3 and 4, together, not because of a name, but more so because I just wanted to make a governance point that I would like to bring back at a later time for a broader discussion. To be clear, it's not personal criticism. I actually have, of any appointee, I have a lot of respect for the appointees and the people stepping up to serve. So I want to make sure that that is well known. And I'm intentionally trying to bridge the gap here between both both agenda items to make sure that it's applied equally towards both. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Economic Development Council, it's a joint economic development body, and its members and leadership are often involved in discussions about economic development priorities, redevelopment issues, project planning with the city and the CRA. And so many times that work happens at the strategy level. So way before we see it, way before every proposal ever comes to the commission, or even sometimes planning and zoning, for any formal review. So because of that, when we have members, to Mr. Swirsky's point, we have members or appointees, officers, directors, or firms that have and are well known to have relationships with, business relationships with the city or CRA, we need to kind of have those clear guardrails in place. Now, to be fair, this is a joint board. It is a joint board between the Chamber of Commerce and the city, so it is not it's not a standalone city board. But I'd like to see some conversations related to some guardrails around what that looks like and how conflicts might be potentially disclosed in the future, and how directors or board of directors or any sort of leadership roles within those boards would be limited under those circumstances. I don't have any, like I said, again, I don't have any problem with the appointees. I respect them very much in the community. But this is basically more about, because these are 3-year terms, this outlasts quite a bit of time and a lot of big decisions that are being made within the city. So this is more about creating that policy framework, making sure that we are applying that same framework to everyone the same way. And so that future Economic Development Council appointments are evaluated under clear standards and the public can see those standards moving forward. So I would just really like to ask the city attorney and city manager to bring back within 30 days, and I don't want to defer this, or I want to move this along, but I'd like to ask the city attorney and city manager to bring back within 30 days a written public recommendation on the Economic Development Council governance standards, including conflict disclosures, recusals, officer eligibility, and sunshine-related practices for appointees or firms doing business with the city or CRA. And that's a motion.
That's a motion?
I don't know if I need a motion. I feel like this should be pretty, but if I need a motion, I'm happy to make it a motion.
Mr. Berman, do you?
Well, I don't have the documents with me that create the board. My recollection, it's a private entity, and the city helped create that and has appointments to it, but they set their own rules, regulations, requirements. It's not a city board. So I don't know what purpose that would serve, but I'm happy to do whatever the commission directs me to do.
I was under the impression that it was a joint board, and that's why we have, so for example, the Economic Development Council has several web pages on our city website. We host events in conjunction with different things with the chamber, because it is a joint board. I mean, the interaction there and the overlap is pretty significant. I mean, we do appoint people, but there's also, when we go to planning and zoning meetings or we come to city commission meetings, there's letters, recommendation from the Economic Development Council. These are people on this board who are shaping the decisions that we make and that we vote on. And so that's the reason why I feel that it's really important. And again, not to discount the people. I want to pull that aside. But I really would like to see that we have certain benchmarks in place to make sure that we are doing things appropriately. And I, for one, I know poor Kervin, I've asked him for economic, and he's given them to me, but I've had to ask him to find the minutes or find what was going on at some point in time, just so I could kind of follow along. And I feel like if it is a joint board with the city and we are appointing people to be on it, and it's shaping so much of what we're doing within the city, that we should also have that readily available for the residents who may want to go look and see why they recommended that for approval. Right? Maybe they want to dig a little bit deeper on their own. That's not just staff or the EDC letter. So if it is a joint board, I'd like to see us make sure that we're applying the things and just double check it. Like I said, written opinion. Make sure that we're applying things across the board the right way. And I didn't know if it needed a motion, but I mean, if it does, I'm happy to make one.
I'm just trying. I'm not sure what it is you're. I mean, are you trying to see their bylaws? Is that it?
No, I have a copy of their bylaws.
Well, I mean, if it's an independent organization, there's.
It's not, though.
I believe it is. I believe.
Right, so that's the reason why. See, the confusion up here shouldn't be. So it should be very easy. If that's the case, we could just allow the city manager and city attorney to bring us something back within 30 days, and just explain to us exactly what that framework and parameters look like. So then that way we have no questions and maybe a recommendation if there's anything that they think needs to be looked into. That's all.
The only I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, I was just gonna, I mean, it's about the only thing that the city attorney or the city manager could bring back, I believe, is the bylaws of the organization and the original articles that formed it, which it's a private board, so that we are allowed to make some appointments to, and that's kind of the be-all and end-all of it. And if, I mean, it's not a city board. And if the fact that they send letters of recommendation on various things, I mean, a lot of people do that, but Mr. Berman?
Yeah, I mean, the city commission could set requirements or standards for its own appointment to that board, but my understanding was that it was always each commissioner who had an appointment, their desire to appoint someone in the local business community who knew the business community and could benefit the board through their experience, whether it's a large business owner or a small business owner. And that was up to each commissioner to find someone with experience in that area to help benefit the local business community. If there are other standards that the commission would want put in place, I don't know what they would be, but honestly, I'm happy to do it. Again, I'm not arguing and I'm not criticizing at all. I'm just saying I don't know from the direction. I'm happy to, if perhaps a discussion or conversation, we haven't talked about this prior to the meeting. I remember the last time I did look at the bylaws, there was a request for an additional member, and they have control over the organization. The only thing we control is who we appoint, so.
So you're right. We have, the commission only has who they can appoint, but it's billed as a joint venture with the city. And so all I'm asking for is Mr. Berman, for you to give us a written recommendation to make sure that we're just crossing all our T's and dotting our I's, just like we're doing with BSO. Thank you very much. That's it.
I don't understand.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, whatever you want to do, Commissioner.
I don't understand what the recommendations are.
Wait, Commissioner, so Commissioner Fasick, you're.
Right, so I'll just answer that. So I would just like to know, with written recommendation, within 30 days ideally, what the Economic Development Council governance standards would be, because it is a joint board, including conflict disclosures, recusals, officer eligibility, and sunshine-related practices for appointees or firms doing business with the city or CRA. And just your determination and explanation, if you will, on those bylaws. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, very good. All right. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Item 4 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing Jay Ganem to the Pompano Beach Economic Development Council of the City of Pompano Beach as appointee of Commissioner Beverly Perkins for a term of 3 years, said term to expire on February 23rd, 2029, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fasick. Commissioner?
I said my piece, so I'm good. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Michael Skaversky again, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. This is the type of person you want on a board. Somebody good, honorable, honest, trustworthy, and not profiting off the city. That's who you want.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Thank you. Commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item 6 is an approval.
Approving and authorizing the award of ITB 2026-025 for Southeast 6th Terrace New Bridge Replacement to the lowest responsible bidder, General Asphalt Company, LLC, in the amount of $8,530,065.20, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the contract as provided in ITB 26-025.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Seropoulos, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. John Sfropoulos, City Engineer. Late last year, we bid this project and only received one bid at $14 million, and we rejected that bid with the intent of rebidding, believing we would receive more competition and reasonable prices by not mandating an accelerated construction schedule, which was triggered by the timing of the McNabb Bridge project. So we excluded that condition. We rebid in January of this year. Bid opening was February 9th, and we received 3 bids. General Asphalt at $8.53 million, HA Contracting at $14.03 million, and Kiewit at $14.17 million. General Asphalt was the lowest qualified and responsive bidder, and we verified their references and experience. Their bid price aligns with our engineering consultant's construction estimate and also aligns with staff's evaluation of recently completed bridges within the Tri-County area. In addition to this, I'm pleased to announce that if Commission approves this item tonight and we enter into a contract prior to March 14th, the Army Corps permit will not expire. Considering this, we are recommending this project to General Asphalt in the amount of $8.53 million with a construction schedule of 19 months, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Paul Peterson, 301 Southeast 3rd Court. So thank you very much. I was here a couple months ago at the public hearing, and I'm glad to see we're moving forward with the project. Just a couple questions. One regarding the qualifications of General Asphalt. I did a quick research. I didn't see anything on their website that specifies bridge construction. They seem to be a very, big in the asphalt and a lot of big paving projects. Been in business for a long time. Seem like a very, trustworthy company, but I don't see anything where they've completed any bridge projects. Tequesta Bridge maybe, but no real details. And then also too, I know you mentioned Kiewit, who's a major general construction contractor, came in at $14 million, which was above the price of our $12 million that we had from the original contractor, even on a slower schedule, and then $14 million from another larger contractor on a longer time frame. So just wondering how we came up that the $8.5 million is not a lowball bid and they're qualified. That's it. And I don't know that they're not qualified. I'm just asking the question.
Staff went through that. Absolutely. Correct, Mr. Seropoulos?
Okay. So I can see how that looks from the outside, but from our perspective, those two $14 million bids are exorbitant. This bid is actually reasonable and fair compared to recently completed bridges and compared to the engineer's cost estimate. So we feel that it's fair and reasonable and it's in line, and that's what we actually were expecting.
And as far as the qualifications of the company, you've checked that out?
Correct. We checked their references. They've done several bridges. For instance, one bridge they did, actually it was 6 bridges. It's Tamiami Trail. It's a 10-mile stretch of roadway where they completed 6 bridges. That was just one of the references. And I personally called and spoke with all the FDOT representatives.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward.
Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. I checked also. They're good.
Thanks, Mike. Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I also checked. Before we get into the issues around the recommendation, I want to be clear, we know this bridge is very important to the district, the city. It's been promised for decades, or at least a decade, and residents who've lived there long-term have been waiting for this. So I want to move this project forward as much as anybody. We worked hard on the permits. We had all the engineering challenges with the design of the bridge, and so getting to this point has not been easy. So this is not easy for me to do or say here right now, but especially with the clock ticking. But the residents do deserve this project to be done, and they deserve it to be done right. So let's do what was discussed at the audience to be heard when someone came up and said, talk about the processes here. and let's do that. So there are two mandatory steps in a procurement process, responsiveness and responsibility. Responsiveness says, did the bidder comply with the submission requirements at the time of the bid opening? And responsibility says, does the bidder have the demonstrated experience to do the project? There's a memo in the backup that says that engineering deemed all three to be responsive and two to be responsible. I also, as I said, looked into this, and I would need to get some answers very clear on the record here. And since we have this arbitrary time limit from the chair, I'm going to ask you to be really quick. Was there any formal checklist when the bids were opened for responsiveness that you went through to determine if they were responsive?
We don't check for responsiveness. Procurement checks for responsiveness. We check for responsibility.
I understand, but the memo from engineering says, engineering staff evaluated all the bidders' references, qualifications, and prior work history in accordance with the ITB. These three met all requirements of the solicitation and was determined to be both responsive and responsible and qualified to perform the work. So the engineering memo says that engineering took the lead on both of those. So I'm going to ask a bunch of questions here. If someone else, if Earl or someone needs to speak, so be it. But we're going to go backwards through the qualifications of the bidders for General Asphalt. And yes, they do appear to be an amazing airport runway road paving company, but not a bridge company. So the question 11, what equipment do you own that is available for the proposed work? What did they put in that qualification?
I don't know.
The answer is nothing. They put absolutely nothing. So they didn't put they owned any equipment. The other bidders did. Okay, item 10, who's going to do the work? Man hours, the contractor staff, direct hires, subcontractors. They put
They are
nothing.
self-performing.
So
with the exception of pavement marking and striping, which they have a sub for, that's listed in the.
I see that, but they put zero, they didn't respond to question 10 on this. So we don't know who's actually building this bridge. We don't know what equipment is being used. So do they have any other bridge companies they work with that have built a bridge?
My understanding is they're self-performing.
Okay, self-performing with a subsidiary, a partner? Okay, we can get into that. So item 8, have you personally inspected the proposed work and have you a complete plan for its performance? It's blank. No answer on that one either. Okay. Item 6, list 3 similar projects you've completed in the last 10 years that you were the prime contractor on. It's blank also. They didn't list any in here.
They have one project, they said refer to the list, and then they attached an FDOT list of various projects on there.
And I see that, and those are all paving projects. There's maybe one bridge in there. I saw Seaview.
Right, and then what we did was there was some follow-up to get clarification on that.
So, but is follow-up allowed per the statute? I mean, for me, follow-up, so this is, responsive means you provided everything when the bid was opened.
No, they were responsive. All of them were responsive.
They didn't fill out a form.
Responsibility.
Okay, we're going to keep going because there's a lot here. Okay, so they did not fill that out. There are no list of 3 projects with the owners' names. The other bidders all did this. This blank from this bidder. Okay, item 3. What was the last project of this nature that you've completed? Seaview Bridge in Duck Key. When did they finish that bridge?
I don't know if I've got that on the list here. But they were all supposed
We don't
to.
have a lot of time, so I'll tell you, it's actually not done. It's not completed, and we're going to talk way more about Seaview Bridge, because here it says last bridge completed. They didn't complete that project yet. So that is not accurate. Okay.
Vice Mayor?
No, I'm not done.
Vice Mayor, just one moment, please. I'm going to ask you to allow staff.
It's only because of your arbitrary time limit that I have to.
Vice Mayor, please, I'm going to ask you to allow staff to answer your questions.
Are you going to give me enough time?
You can have all night to ask questions.
Perfect. Okay.
But once you run past your 10 minutes, then it'll be time for somebody else to have an opportunity. Then you can have another 10 minutes. And if you don't have all, Vice Mayor,
I don't need a lecture
Vice
from
Mayor,
you.
just one moment.
I don't need a lecture
Obviously,
from you.
I need to explain the situation to you, that's what I'm doing, so that after your final 10 minutes is up, then you can ask as many questions as you want, and just questions, not comments and illustrations. So feel free, but give them a chance to answer it.
You done?
Thank you.
Do you
There you go.
like it? How many
And I'll give you an extra minute on your 10 minutes now.
thank you.
How's that?
That's
Mary, you
nice
don't
of
have to
you.
raise your voice. That's very
That is
abusive.
really kind. Okay, I'm going to pass out.
That's very abusive, the way you're raising
Yeah,
your
it's-
voice at her.
We're used to it. Here you go. Okay, I'm going to hand out to my colleagues
It's
some
loud. It's abusive.
information on this. Okay,
Vice Mayor,
let's get,
regarding Duck Key, that the representative that I spoke with, they said that it was substantially completed. The other two references that they provided, they were 100% complete. That one was substantially complete.
the question says, last project completed. It is not completed. So their form for qualifications to be responsive to the bid is lacking in every material way and actually has a lie on it. Okay, so let's talk about responsibility then. Who determined the responsibility? That's engineering?
I called
Okay.
3 references that they provided.
Okay, so in the ITB, item 3.2C says license requirements. Bidders must properly be registered. You have to provide GC licenses and an ATSSA traffic control supervisor. They did not, and then in bold it says failure to demonstrate such licensure will result in disqualification of the bid. They did not include one of those items in their bid. So what is the point of a line that says, if you don't do this, you will be disqualified if there's no teeth to it? Who overruled that line? Legal? Mark? Who overruled the line? They didn't include a traffic control supervisor that says is a license requirement, and it in bold underline says failure to include this will result in disqualification of the bid.
Commissioner, I don't participate in the procurement process. I didn't rule out anything. I don't cross out anything. And this was in backup.
Is there a written opinion that somehow gives someone authority to override this? How was that overridden?
There's Dr. Tammy Good, CIP manager. There's actually language in the ITP that allows the procurement director to ask for additional information from all of the bidders, in which she did. So there is some language in the ITB that allows her that authority.
So when they open it and they didn't include half of the documents and didn't answer half the questions, we can go back and say, you didn't fill this out.
The procurement director can do so, and she did. Not only did she ask for additional information from General Asphalt, but she also asked for additional information from the other 2 bidders.
Okay. That's not how I read this, but let's go to the most important thing, which is evidence of being the prime contractor on 3 similar and completed projects. They didn't include that, and perhaps who called the references for Hewitt?
I did not.
Who called, because they're determined to be responsible also, so to determine responsibility, you have to call the references.
Yeah.
Who called Hewitt's? Sorry. No one.
I did not
But
call
they're
Hewitt's.
but they are responsible.
But there was no reason to call Hewitt's because our responsibility is with the low. This was not.
You deem them responsible. Okay, so we didn't call them, but they're responsible. We didn't verify the references, which is required per the ITB to determine responsibility, but we didn't call it. Did we call HAs?
No, we did not call HA because we deemed them non-responsible
Why were they deemed non-responsible?
because they did not meet the qualifications that we required. We required 3 bridges that have been completed within 10 years where they were also the prime. They were not the prime, and the work that they submitted showed repairs, not replacements.
Okay, so they listed 3 bridges: Coral Ridge Drive, Riverside Drive,
The
West Oakland Park.
descriptions are repairs.
So at least they listed 3 bridges. General
That's
Asphalt
why we listed
didn't
them as
list any.
responsive. They were responsive, but they were not responsible. Those
But
are
how
2
is General
different-
Asphalt when they didn't list anything? They didn't list 3
We
bridges.
followed up with General Asphalt. Procurement reached out to all 3 of them and requested additional information. And then we verified those 3 projects with General Asphalt.
Let's talk about Seaview. Are you familiar with a company called AEB?
AEB?
AEB, American Empire Builders. Did that come up in any of your conversations about General Asphalt? American Empire Builders, AEB.
Oh, yes, that's-
their partner on the Seaview Bridge.
Yes.
So they are their bridge building partner?
I'm assuming so from the email that I saw from procurement, because
Okay.
they reached out and followed up with them, and that's who. But they acquired them, so they're self-performing.
Okay, no problem. Let's talk about what I just gave out to the rest of the commissioners here. Let's talk about the Seaview Bridge, which is actually not complete. So in November 2022, Monroe County awarded the contract to AEB for the Seaview Bridge for $5.2 million. It was supposed to be completed in September of 2024. By January of 2024, Monroe County began diverting payments to their surety bond. In August of 2024, the county notified AEB, the company that they are partnered with to build our bridge, that they would begin assessing liquidated damages to AEB. In September of 2024, Monroe County declares AEB in default and terminates AEB, expected liquidated damages of over $500,000. Here's the letter from Monroe County. On September 16, 2024, a conference with representatives of AEB and their surety bond was held in accordance with the payment performance bond in order to address consideration of declaring the contractor in default. At that conference, AEB president stated AEB is unable to complete the work under the contract and is further unable to make up for extensive delays associated with the work. As such, the contractor is declared in default. 72 hours after this, their contract will terminate. Monroe County fired AEB.
Thank you,
Vice.
I've got to cut you off now.
They
Vice.
turned around. I know you're not going to cut me off. I will keep talking. They turned around and hired General Asphalt for $5 million.
Vice Mayor, I'm
General
going to ask you.
Asphalt went back and hired AEB right back, subcontracted
Vice
them.
Mayor,
It's been
Vice Mayor,
3.5 years,
Vice
it's
Mayor,
twice as much,
Vice
and it's
Mayor,
not done.
please. We need to
And
conduct
Pinellas
order here.
County-
Vice Mayor,
Pinellas County fired the
I'm
same
ruling you out of
company for
order.
5
Okay, this meeting is
bridges.
recessed for 10 minutes. go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Now, next I've got Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton, followed by Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I know the residents have desired to have this bridge raised for a very, very long time. However, I'm really glad in one respect that we came in $6 million lower and are saving, maybe saving the taxpayer $6 million. I was not in favor of the $14 million because that was the cost for an accelerated schedule there. And so I recently read a report, or a news blurb online, that this affects 4,000 residents in Garden Isles. However, that is not accurate. It only affects about 3,000 residents who are upstream of the bridge there. Also, I've asked for and received a report on the condition of the bridge. It's in good to fair condition. It is not in poor or in desperate need of repair. It may not be perfect, but it's not yet in need of replacement. And I have to say that, like I said on the stand-up police department issue as well, we have so much uncertainty facing this city with property taxes coming out of the legislature. We don't know when it's coming. We don't know what's coming. The House passed their bill, and that says they're eliminating all homesteaded non-school property taxes, period. They're eliminating all. And everybody says, great. So I'm thinking of it a little more fiscally responsibly. A bridge that doesn't need to be removed. It's still in usable, workable condition. It's not a safety hazard, one. And we may take a $35–40 million haircut to our general fund that we're currently paying $65 million out of to pay BSO. And there's no plan. No one up there at the legislature said, oh, well, we're going to make it up this way. One proposal that's been floated around is, oh, we're going to raise sales tax. Well, sales tax is the most regressive tax there is. It's the poor people who are pinching pennies who have to pay more money for everything. I don't think it's, as a city, I don't think it's fiscally responsible right now to spend, and I know, Vice Mayor Fournier, I know it's a very important issue for your district, very important for you. But I don't think it's fiscally responsible to vote for even $8.5 million, no matter who the bidder is, on a bridge that doesn't need to be replaced because we are facing such fiscal uncertainty, budgetary constraints. I think we should use the money maybe to pave some roads. Every post I see from Commissioner Fessick, Commissioner Fournier, oh, when are our roads going to get paved? Mayor, when are our roads going to get paved? Oh, Riverside Drive. Wow. Let's see. Let's pave Riverside Drive, and then let's rip it up to do a major drainage project. That's another good one. We need a major drainage project on Riverside Drive, and we're trying to get grant money. And I am just not going to vote in favor of spending $8.5 million or anything on a bridge that does not need to be repaired for 300 residents in their $1 million houses who are going to get their $500,000, $250,000 boat out or have a bigger boat. That is not a fiscally sound way to run a city. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Right. I actually have some items to discuss about this particular topic. Before I do, I would like to say two things. I am so grateful that this is now twice a colleague has mentioned being fiscally responsible and has brought up the situation that is happening at the state level, as we have mentioned so many times before. And I am grateful for that because I hope that moving forward, in every single thing that is considered on this dais, that we will continue to have that fiscally responsible decision-making and consideration to what we're spending and how we're spending taxpayer dollars. So that's just one thank you for that. Secondly, I would actually, I did do some background, and Vice Mayor, I want to say thank you for providing this and through the couple of minutes that we had as a break. I know that this was a topic that was important to your community, and it was one that you fought for pretty hard to make sure that things were done not just in a timely fashion, but also that it went back through the procurement process. In light of just the brand new information that you're starting to provide, and I apologize, I don't think it was appropriate that while you were asking essentially lead-in questions or lead-in commentary to explain your questions, I don't think it was appropriate you were cut off, because it's not debate, it's asking clarifying questions, which is needed. I apologize that you were interrupted. So anyway, so I do have a question because I did look up the same information and I did a quick Google search. I figured, and I was right, you would probably go full force on this one. But I did my quick little Google search, and my quick little Google search turned up that there were massive problems with the Seaview Drive Bridge project, and that there's basically there's potentially lawsuits. There's potentially, I mean, there's just stuff going on here that is a mess. As of early 2025, this is the AI overview. Like I said, a very quick thing. The early 2025 litigation is ongoing regarding the Seaview Drive Bridge on Duck Key. So, and Monroe County is involved in a legal dispute with the surety company so there's delays, there's problems here. I would like to make a motion before we continue this, and because I have lots of questions for staff as well, and I feel like this is important. This is a $14 million or $8 million or whatever $1 million project, what did we say, 8.5 to 14, depending on where we go with this, with a timeline that needs to be addressed. And when we're talking about this amount of money, I'm not okay with just telling the Vice Mayor that she can't have her questions answered or her concerns put to rest. This is how we move this process forward. So I would like to make a motion to extend the limits of debate on this agenda item for the Vice Mayor specifically.
Seconded.
Okay, Mr. Berman.
The arbitrary
Motion
rules.
second.
It's a proper motion.
To extend the limits of debate for the Vice Mayor only.
Well, you can be for anybody on this item.
Sure. Oh. Any discussion on the motion? Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
No.
Okay. So now we're back. Now we're back to the item, and now we're back to the item, and I would like to once again point out some very simple common sense things. We are discussing an $8.5 million bridge project that has known legal issues with the contractor that's the lowest bidder. We are looking at a timeline that we need to meet so that we do not lose all of the work that has already been done. We have only, according to the answers that were provided, correct me if I'm wrong, only some of the people who were followed up with related to, because there was just the lowest bidder came in, and seems as though the other people were not, no references were checked. Is that true?
That is true with H&A because they were deemed non-responsible, so no need to check the references. And I did not check the references on Hewitt because General Asphalt was the low bid and they satisfied our qualification requirements. There's no need to check the for instance, what if we had 20 bids? Are we going to check the references of all 20 bids? We don't do that. We check of the low bid. It's a low bid project. This is not an RFP solicitation where we compare all the proposals and rank them. This is a low bid project.
Correct. And I wouldn't expect you to contact all their recommendations. But when you bring 3 to this board, knowing that we all have questions, well, at least some of us have questions regarding spending money on roadways and safety and bridges that affect our neighborhoods and our community and the people we love driving over them, then yeah, I would expect that you did at least the due diligence to make just basic calls for three companies.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you on
That
that.
would be my expectation. I'm sorry.
General Asphalt was the low bid. They met the qualifications. I checked their references, and the bid amount aligns with what we believe it should be. It's fair and reasonable. There's no need to review the other bids.
Since I'm pretty much sure I'm going to hit that 10-minute limit as well, I would like to make sure that I ask, can we have, so you you're from engineering department, you're the ones who took over this and was not procurement that does these things?
So there's, like I stated earlier, there's the responsive portion. When we get those proposals from procurement, we're under the assumption that the responsiveness have been checked. So now it's in our court, and we collaborate with them on the responsible portion. So I took that and called all the 3 references that were provided and spoke directly with the FDOT reps managing those projects. I can only go by what I was given. I don't have that report in front of me that you have, and I don't know the specifics on that.
I understand that. My concern is when we've looked at other projects similar to this, okay, this is just a question. I remember there being, I think it was the last meeting, was it like 14 or something people that were disqualified automatically because they didn't fill out a complete form? I mean, I could be wrong with the numbers, but there were a number of people who didn't provide at the very beginning the complete information, and they were then disqualified from the process.
That is on the responsive portion. If they do not meet the responsive portion, yes, they can be disqualified. They were all deemed responsive. We still had clarifications on the responsible portion. That's what we seeked after the fact, from all 3, by the way.
Okay. I think this is more of a process and procurement question, because are you saying that then it would fall on our procurement department, or are you trying to blame?
I'm not blaming
No,
anybody.
I'm just saying, I'm just curious if this is if it comes with your name on it, I just want to answer your questions. Anyway, so, look, I understand that this is a low bid number, right? But in many instances, you get what you pay for. And when there are so many glaring, obviously wrong things by a simple Google search without even digging or going into the legislature or going into anything else, that raises some serious red flags for me about them being the lowest. When they don't have any bridge experience.
That they do.
Well, they don't have any building the bridge experience. They only have
They do.
bridge experience. Well, when the one that they have is not completed and having problems, let me be clear, that's a concern to me.
I just mentioned the Tamiami Trail, 6 bridges on one project that I reviewed.
Okay. Do we have that as a review somewhere? Do you have it, is it in backup?
I have it with me here.
Okay. I would be interested so I'd like to see the qualifications based on, that says Miami Praise Bridge will default on 5 local projects. That's concerning to me. And when somebody comes in so far under bid, then $12 million was what it was.
It's not under bid, Commissioner. This is where the number should be. It's not under bid. It's lower than the other 2, but it's not under, it's.
Excuse me. I am, you don't have a time limit, but I do. And so I would love to hear you, but at the same time, I need to make sure that my questions are getting answered. And I want to make sure that I completely understand this process. Okay. So it is your opinion from this standpoint that if you were a betting person, you would bet people's lives on that this is not going to come back to us with change orders or with problems, or they're not going to leave us high and dry.
Okay.
Is that just saying if you're a betting person?
First of all, that's a silly hypothetical, but let me just reassure you on this.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Change
please.
orders are silly hypotheticals?
No. The other.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stop screaming out. Otherwise, I will have you removed from the chambers. Once again, second warning. If I have to remove you from chambers, I will. Third warning. Please ask that gentleman to move out of the chambers right now. Yep. Thank you, BSO.
This is a prime example. I'm sorry, I wasn't done. So this is a prime example of.
Commissioner Fessick,
Thank you.
just a moment. get things quiet in here. Sorry about that. I'll extend your time by 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Very good. Go ahead, Commissioner Fasick. I apologize.
Just so we're clear, Commissioner Sigerstein, and I know that you just called this a clown show, and it is not a clown show. It is people asking for basic respect and the ability to be heard, and serious questions
from the
related to
audience.
related to a multi-million-dollar project.
Commissioner Sigerstein, we can't have two people talking.
continue to get
I'm
interrupted.
sorry, Commissioner Fasick. I apologize.
So we continue to have a lot of these questions related to a multi-million-dollar project, and every single time, it seems, we continue to get silenced for asking some basic questions that people want to know. So, okay, I want to go back towards, sorry, there's some disturbance outside.
Commissioner, would you like me to respond to the change order issue now or after?
Your change order would be great, thank you.
Okay. So with respect to change orders, the city authorizes the change order under three conditions, whether or not it's design errors, or it's unforeseen conditions, or the owner has requested additional work to take place. Those are the three conditions. Regardless of the bid, whether it's a $14 million award or an $8 million award, if a change order exists and it's legitimate, we will authorize it. So for instance, let's just hypothetically say that there was an unforeseen condition and it warrants a change order. That unforeseen condition will exist whether or not it's an $8 million award or a $14 million award.
Are you aware of any, so we understand that they have problems. Is it generally our city's best practice to actively engage with contractors that are in litigation for not completing projects? Mr. Berman?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that question was directed to me, and I can't hear you. Can you
Okay,
please
sorry.
repeat it?
Is it our city's practice to engage in contracts or agreements or bids or whatever it might be with companies that are active in litigation for projects, similar projects, and active in litigation, or is that a disqualifying event?
That's a procurement issue. It's not a legal issue. I don't discuss practice or the city's practice. I can discuss is something lawful or answer legal questions. I assume that is part of the bid process or the procurement process where these matters or questions would be asked. I think that is asked. They have to disclose litigation as part of the application. But again, that's a procurement issue. I think that's taken care of in the procurement process.
Thank you. Was litigation disclosed as part of this process?
Tammy Good, CIP manager. Because this was an ITB, we did not request for litigation.
Okay.
So I think what you're referring to is AEB, not General Asphalt. So General Asphalt's qualifications and their history of performance checked out with exceptional results.
From my Google search and from this packet, I disagree that it's exceptional. Okay, you know what, I'm going to come back at this when I have additional questions, but thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, where was I at? So we were talking about Seaview Bridge. So Seaview is the one that they listed on their qualification of bidders as the last project they completed. AEB was found in default, was fired. General Asphalt got a contract for $5 million. So there was one $5 million contract that was paid, another $5 million contract. It was supposed to be completed in January of 2026, so a month and a half ago. But that General Asphalt got this bid, and they turned around and they immediately, or they didn't disclose that they had partnered with AEB. So these residents are so frustrated that they've spent years on a bridge that is not complete at all. And they turn around and outsource it to the same company that was in default and was owed liquidated damages to build it. It's still not complete. It wasn't complete January 6th when it was supposed to. It is still not complete. So in terms of the qualification of bidders, that's just inaccurate. And also, question 4, have you ever failed to complete work awarded to you? If AEB is their partner, the answer to that is yes, not no. So let's talk about So this is Seaview. This is the project in the Keys that was listed here. But now let's talk about their bridge building partner, AEB, and what other damage they've done around the state. So they were hired to build 5 bridges in Pinellas County. They didn't perform on any of them, and Pinellas County commissioners unanimously agreed to terminate its contracts and also suspended AEB from bidding on county contracts for years. They left unsafe conditions, piles of debris. Residents were beyond frustrated. Huge litigation issues wasted millions of taxpayer dollars. So Miami-based bridge builder defaults on 5 local bridges. The county couldn't even talk about it because of the potential litigation issues with this company. Rest assured, we've heard your complaints, and the board is in absolute agreement that the performance and conduct of this contractor has been and continues to be unacceptable. Commissioners urged them to terminate it. There are clear, dangerous piles of debris. If you terminate the bridge, what happens to their liability policy? That was one of their questions, because there's rusty rebar and debris everywhere. And 2 years, not even able to perform work in that county. So this company has been fired from a project in Monroe County. It's been fired from 5 bridges in Pinellas County, where they've told them you're not even allowed to do work in our county anymore. So for me, this felt very much like at our last meeting when there was a $12 million option on the table to get this done, and we were told no, there's another option. It's got to be possible for less. We know it's less, and it feels like this is less. It had to be the one, right? And we made this happen, this recommendation happen, without doing the proper work to vet the company. And this makes me really, really upset, because this is an important project. And we've all worked really hard on this. And to come to a recommendation that the bridge building partner of General Asphalt has been fired from almost every bridge they've built recently, and has cost taxpayers millions of dollars with litigation. They haven't paid liquidated damages. They've had to rehire contractors to start the work over. I mean, here's another article. Work resumes on long-stalled bridge in St. Pete. According to St. Pete, American Empire Builders, who was awarded the bid to replace the aging bridge, defaulted, stopped working on the bridge while it was just 40%. After going through a legal process, they had to hire a new company at $3 million. So neighbors are happy because the new crews began making swift progress on the project. So we end up paying twice when you hire this company, and you end up in litigation, it seems. I don't think that is the right thing to do to the taxpayers and the residents who have been promised this bridge for a decade. So to me, this is not about anything except doing the right thing for the residents. It clearly seems that there is only one responsive and responsible bidder, and it's Kiewit. They happen to also be the company that built the 5th Avenue Bridge, so I'm gonna think it's a pretty credible bridge builder and a pretty credible bid, because they built the closest and nearest comp to the 6th Avenue Bridge. So I would recommend that we go forward with that company. But I have one more question before I make a motion. I guess, Earl, procurement's under you. So given what I went through here, since engineering says that you are responsible for responsiveness, when I look at General Asphalt's qualification of bidders and we go through it, and item 3 says the last project you completed was Duck Key, which isn't complete. Have you ever failed to complete work awarded to you? I mean, who knows the ownership structure, but certainly their bridge building partner, AEB, has failed to complete work. They didn't actually list any projects in here. They list no answers to any of this. Equipment list, please see attached. It was not attached. Have you even done have you looked at the site? Blank. Everything on this form they filled out is blank. So Earl, can you please tell me how you deem them responsive?
While they're debating, if I may,
Actually, I'm sorry, but no, I have the floor. Well, while they're debating, I will go on with, so I, at this point, don't know how to trust a recommendation. We also heard, oh no, change orders aren't going to impact this. If it would, it would impact every bidder. But when we talked about the parking garage, the low bid was going to have so many change orders that we're going to get to the high price. So, to me, this is honestly like a little unprecedented that Google search turned this up.
and you start talking to people in the counties, and it's pretty incredible that this is the company that was recommended to do this really important project for our taxpayers. So
It is
I'm going to make a
unprecedented.
motion that we come back in 2 weeks and get a written memo from legal, Mark, and I know you say you don't have anything to do with this, but I want a legal opinion of whether this qualifies as a responsive bid and responsible, and I want a recommendation on that agenda for the next, for whatever bidder is actually responsive and responsible. So my motion is to come back with a new suggestion, and I want a complete memo from legal and procurement on all of this. I want to.
Second.
Moved and seconded for,
The 10th?
you can read it back, Kervin. Did you catch that?
I want a memo from legal and procurement detailing this entire process. And I want a bid to be recommended from someone that's actually responsive and responsible.
Well, that's,
I want it reevaluated based on whatever comes up from a legal review.
okay, because, I mean, staff has already determined that it's responsible and
And I want a legal review of that process because
okay, but you're saying you want a legal review and a recommendation for a responsive and responsible bid to come back.
Yes.
Well, we've already got a responsible.
well, maybe it comes back that legal says, okay, no, that wasn't responsive, so then we go to the next bidder. I want, based on what legal decides.
Okay, but I'm saying we've got a responsible bid already.
And I'm saying I don't agree.
I understand that, but you're saying, and bring one back. Well, we've got one. So if you want to have legal review it, I get it.
And if they deem them non-responsive, then we need a new bid.
Okay,
Come back with a new recommendation.
Mr. Berman?
My only question is if the commission desires that I prepare that, and I'll certainly do so, would the vice mayor share the material she has that she's
Yes.
quoting from, so I don't have to go online and
I gave you a packet. You should have one, but
It's
yes.
all in here?
Yes.
It's in this packet here?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay.
Including the letter from Monroe County where they were fired.
This discussion on the motion, I've got Commissioner Smith.
While we've been up here, I Googled American Empire Builders. They are not owned by General Asphalt, and they're their own company, and they're active on Sunbiz as current as 2026.
We don't know the ownership structure. They could actually own them as a subsidiary, and that's what it sounded like.
But it's not, what you're quoting on is the bad stuff online, and there is a lot of bad stuff online on American Empire Builders, but there's not bad stuff online with General Asphalt. This General Empire Builders is a subcontractor that I guess a lot of people use for roads, bridges, and such. That's not who we would be going into contract with. We'd be going into contract with General Asphalt. We don't know that that's who they're going to subcontract to.
That is correct. So AEB, all we know is General Asphalt is going to self-perform this bridge. I appreciate all the energy and effort that you did looking into AEB. We looked into General Asphalt. They listed AEB, but to what level that they're going to provide scope, we have no idea. We know that General Asphalt, who is a billion-dollar asphalt company that does bridges as an ancillary scope to these multi-million-dollar projects, is going to self-perform and build this bridge. They are highly qualified, more qualified than the other two collectively. And you're right, this is unprecedented that we're arguing for the dais to pay more, to pay less, and for a company that is completely qualified to do the work. We're the subject matter experts. We perform the research to checking out the qualifications, as I did the research and checking out the comparable pricing for other bridges that were recently completed and awarded. So the price is good, the qualifications are great, and there's no need to delay. If we delay, we are at risk of the permit expiring with the Army Corps.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. I've got Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton, followed by Commissioner Fessick.
Yeah, I have one question. The Fifth Avenue Bridge was mentioned as a comparison. What did that cost?
Fifth Avenue Bridge, the cost, I think it was $3.5 million, if I'm not mistaken, 2.5, but that was like 4 years ago.
Okay, that's the, thank you.
Mayor,
That's a
please.
please.
Once you let it go, they just continue on and on.
That's it? Okay, Commissioner Fessick.
Okay. So while I appreciate that the project for Southeast Fifth Avenue Bridge may not have been the same as this bridge project, the good news is that one of the companies has done work successfully in our city. I'm just going back to the same, so I just keep going back to the same thing where it says Procurement and Contracts Department, and this is the ITB recommendation tabulation page. And so we've talked about, there's terminology here, right? So responsiveness review is, it says that the ITB Procurement and Contracts evaluated the responsiveness of the 3 bids and were deemed responsive. Then this responsibility review, saying that the engineering department evaluated the responsibility of the 3 bids received. What does responsibility in this terminology mean?
We checked the references, the qualifications, their experience, which I did, with the supplementary information that had been provided.
Right, but you just told me earlier that you did not check the references of 2 of them, only the lowest bid.
That's correct.
It says here that you evaluate the responsibility of the 3 bids received.
We didn't for HA because they were non-responsible, so there was no need to. And like I've stated earlier, we didn't feel the need to check the references on Kiewit because General Asphalt is the low bid and they met the qualifications. So we were moving forward with recommending with them.
But
I think, so anyway, so I think on the motion,
yes.
I will not be interrupted, on the motion.
No, I just want to make sure that we were on the motion.
I'm on the motion. Well, but these are clarifying questions related to the motion. So this is why I think that it's really imperative that we do move this, get a legal opinion to make sure things are being done right, because this is not the first time we've had conversations circling around this process where it should ideally probably go straight through procurement and not through multiple departments, aside from the initial review process or whatever. I think we're messing up our silos here a little bit. I would be very interested in learning more about I would be really interested in learning more about what you find as a legal opinion, Mr. Berman, because this is not the first time we've been in this situation. I did have one question for procurement, Earl, so I asked the engineering department, and I just want to make sure before and I'm be done. Who ultimately decided, who was it ultimately that signed off on this? Is there an email saying, hey, they all were deemed responsive? Where did that approval come from exactly?
Commissioner, let's...
No, this is a very simple question. If it's...
I get it, it's a very simple question. We're trying to get this motion done first. I mean,
and I'm being interrupted again.
That's
for a simple question.
Okay, who?
Thank you.
It's collaborative, but we, engineering, made the recommendation via that letter. And now I recall actually procurement calling the references, or that was the direction to him from the procurement director for Lewis to call the references for Kiewit, because I wasn't going to do it.
Mr. Bosworth, procurement's your department, sorry. Could you maybe fill us in on that? What happened with the procurement department? Ms. Rivero is here. Okay. I just want for clarification, because I don't want this to be one of those things where we circle around and somebody points a finger and says, oh, they were going to do it, or they were going to do it. I just want clarity, and that's it. Thank you. Ms. Rivero.
Good evening, Mary Rivero. So normally the responsiveness and the responsibility always is from the procurement department. Here at the city, it's different. So engineering checks for the references and calls because they are the subject matter expert with, in this case, the bridge maker. So we check for responsiveness and they checked for the responsibility. There is an email where, yes, indeed, despite the memo that says that they did check all 3, they did not, but we did check the 3rd one because we asked him to do it. and they said that there was no need because the lowest bidder was General Asphalt, but we did check, Lewis did check for the third one, Kiewit, and they met the requirements for the references, though they didn't do it, but we did as a city, so it was done.
Okay, thank you very much. So your department did find that Hewitt to be responsible and reactive.
Yes.
That's all.
Further on the motion.
Specify what the motion is, please.
It's to direct legal to review this entire matter, I guess, and come back with a responsible bid. Would that be it? I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice.
Yes.
That's, yes, okay.
And by March 10th, because the clock is ticking.
By March 10th, our meeting on March 10th, okay?
It's to come back with a determination whether this was a responsive and responsible bidder. Is that correct?
Correct, and if it's not,
To evaluate this bid.
yes.
And I'm not doing anything else with the bid process in terms of evaluating others.
No.
Okay, just making sure. Mayor, can I just point out one thing too? As far as Florida statutes are concerned, 255-201 subsection D makes it really clear that if the project's to be awarded based on price, which this is, the contract must be awarded to the lowest qualified and responsive bidder in accordance with the applicable county or municipal ordinance. Now, that doesn't mean that they are responsive or responsible. That's a determination to be made. But it's the reason that you don't go look at the other two or other three or four, however many other bidders there are, and investigate them. So I want to make that clear because they're following the procedure set out in Florida statute. But as far as whether it is responsive, I'll take a look if that's what you want.
Very good, thank you. Further discussion on the motion?
Mayor?
I've got Commissioner
Go
Segerson
ahead.
Eaton and then Mr. Harrison. Go ahead, Commissioner
I
Segerson.
was just going to say that unless you're, I'm really not understanding. Are you saying, Vice Mayor, that you think that our staff didn't follow our rules and the Florida statutes and did something wrong in this process? Is that what you're implying? That's what you're alleging? Is that what you're saying?
Excuse me, don't ever put words in my mouth again.
No, I'm asking you. Is that what you're
I
saying?
asked for a legal opinion of whether this bid was responsive.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Distinction without a difference, but okay.
Further discussion, Mr. Harrison.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm afraid if we wait until the March 10th regularly scheduled meeting, that we're going to be cutting it too short by getting all of the documents in order, the contract signed and submitted to the Army Corps, because the permit expires on March 14th. So we should probably, if we're going to belabor this, we should probably have a special meeting before that date.
Okay.
Very good idea on this.
A special meeting before the 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
Question?
Yeah, so that's your recommendation, Mr. Harrison, okay?
Yes.
So I've got a question down here, Commissioner Fessick.
How long do you think it would take you to make a determination, Mr. Berman?
Need a week.
Okay, well, I am not available the 4th through to the 9th. So I'm happy to do it Thursday or Friday, which is 2 days from now. But if we can get things done, that we can move things along. Or Monday, first thing on Monday.
I just,
So I'm just saying, I would like to try to get this project done, but I feel like we can just make sure that, at the last time we had this discussion, it was said that I needed to make sure that everybody knew what my life schedule was like. So I'm just making sure that I'm letting everybody know I am happy to meet Thursday, Friday, Monday. Let's get this done.
yeah,
Get those answers.
Mr. Berman, you can't get it done for a week?
I can do it sooner if you want. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'll have it done. If I have to be here till 2 a.m., I'll get it done.
Well, not tonight, but,
Not
Do
tonight.
Monday.
okay. Okay, so,
Wednesday next week,
Wednesday is not a good day for me.
Tuesday.
I'm only available in after 2 on Thursday. Unless we have a CRA, no, we wouldn't have a CRA meeting on Thursday.
Didn't you
What-
say Monday or Tuesday?
I said Monday or Tuesday.
So the March 2nd or 3rd looks like the days that,
Second is actually better. Second, I'm sorry, the third is better. The second is not. I'm booked fully on the first.
Second is better, that's
No,
great.
the third is
Greg's
better.
birthday.
There. The third is, what, okay.
We do it Friday.
Let's get a consensus. Who can be here on March okay, second or third? Those are the two choices we got. So second or third?
Just the third.
Oh, now we're just down to the third. So the third is the only one that works. Okay?
I guess I'll have an answer by the 3rd.
Well, if we can't have 4 people here on the third, then you won't need to.
For the 26th?
We still have to vote.
Yes, well, we'll still have to vote on the motion. That's correct, but we won't have the special meeting. Who can be here on the third?
What time?
I'm sorry?
I can, I'll be here whenever.
Okay.
Time.
Commissioner Smith? Yes, Commissioner Smith can be here on the third. Commissioner Fessick, you can be here on the third. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton, you can be here on the third.
Just ask what time.
That's yet to be determined. First, we're going for the day. Okay, step 1 is the day. Can you make the third?
No.
You can't make the third?
No, so
Okay.
said it that way.
Okay, so we're down to 5. Okay.
I just said no.
Can
Available anytime I
you
want.
call in if we make an exception?
Me?
Can you call in if we make an exception?
No, I was just being smart because the mayor was smart. I'm
Oh.
available any day I need to be available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How was it?
Yes, I am available.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, I'm sorry
Put
if
that
you.
ABC with me.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I wasn't
Know how
trying to be
count.
smart.
Okay, all right, just letting you know.
I was just letting you know. Thank you. Okay, so we got March the 3rd, special meeting. We're not sure what time yet. Okay, so we can all be here. So now let's go ahead and address the motion. The motion is to direct Mark to go ahead and give us a legal opinion on the process that was taken in this regard and come back with a responsible bidder, if one exists, by our meeting on March the 3rd at some point in time. That is the motion. Okay, let's call a roll.
The date is now part of the motion.
Yeah, March the 3rd. Well, no. It should be part of the motion. We can organize a special meeting after the motion passes, but yeah, no, we'll do the special meeting, sure. But let's get the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Okay. So that's we're still, I guess, so that takes care of the item itself, but let's go ahead and take care of the special meeting. So I would make a motion that we hold a special meeting to consider this matter that we just dealt with on March the 3rd.
Seconded.
Okay, now what time works for the general folks here for March the 3rd for a special meeting?
I don't make any time work.
1 p.m. would be ideal.
1 p.m. 1 p.m. Any objections to 1 p.m., Mr. Harrison?
No, sir.
Anybody else? No objections to 1 p.m.?
Room available?
Irvin, are you available?
Yes, I will be available.
Okay, good. I figured you would be.
Need you.
Okay, then let's go ahead and schedule a special meeting on March 3rd at 1 p.m. for this, to deal with this particular matter. Okay, great.
Thank you.
That takes care of item 6. All right, item 7 is an approval.
Approval of the members of the Auditor Selection Committee to evaluate proposals for independent auditing services for an audit of the City of Pompano Beach financial statements.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. You got Ms. Furtado.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. Alison Furtado, Finance Director. After providing additional guidance for the Commissioners in the agenda backup, I'm requesting approval of the Audit Committee members as originally recommended at the February 10th, 2026 Commission meeting to ensure full compliance with Florida Statute 218.391, which requires the governing body to establish a committee of at least 3 members, including a governing body member serving as chair, to oversee and evaluate the auditor selection process. Timely approval will allow the city to proceed lawfully with the procurement process and avoid delays that could jeopardize the audit timeline and expose the city to financial and compliance risk. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the audit committee members, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Before you start the clock, can you explain what this is all about so the audience knows? Because this was 3-3 last time, wasn't it?
I believe so. Ms. Furtado, can you explain what this is about?
Okay, it's the audit committee.
Yeah, I mean, and specifically, this is not to do an audit.
No, this is not to do an audit. It's just to select the auditors that will audit the city's financial statements for the fiscal year 2026 to 2031. So they assist in procuring the auditor for the city.
So the person that we select will assist?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I watched this last thing.
Okay. No.
Oh, Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. I saw people were saying things that were such baloney, I couldn't believe it. Let me just say a few things. If, let's just say, they needed somebody to deal with printing or supplies or something like that, we have to be fair up here. Who would I pick? You. She's very good with graphics and stuff like that also, but it doesn't matter. You have a lot of experience in printing. So I heard people saying stories about her past. Okay, I know her fairly well, even though she doesn't know that, or she thinks I don't. She likes to make up stories, but that's her. She went to Princeton. She went to Harvard. She went to University of Washington as an Allison. When she went to these schools, she got all A's and 1 B, and that was in Harvard. Then what she did is she went to University of Washington. She got her degree in aerospace engineering, something like that. Oh, and by the way, an MBA from Harvard. She was recruited at University of Washington to work at Boeing. She was actually paid to go work there. So my point is, I know this was a while ago, she went to Boeing. I think she worked briefly at Goldman Sachs. Then she went to EVR, which is basically a mini Goldman Sachs company. They're a very big company, though, finance company, and she did very well there. So if we're going to pick somebody to be on this board, or whatever you want to call this, to oversee and look and study things, she's the one. That's just being fair. I'm only being honest. Are we dealing with the greatest person in the world that I like or anything? Not at all. No siree. And I don't want to have anything to do with her ever again. Okay? But what's fair is fair. She would do the terrific job. She will be up at 2 o'clock in the morning studying. She will be studying at 5 o'clock in the morning, texting or calling. She won't be calling me anymore. She'll call her boyfriend Igor. But that's besides the point. She is by far the best pick out of this whole group. Hands down. Be fair. I don't understand what the problems are. I know you sit here and argue over stuff, which is fine. I can understand that. But use common sense. We have somebody that got all A's and 1 B at these high-level schools. Okay? I wouldn't have been able to pass one. Well, I would have cheated off of her, so I would have done okay. But she's the kind of girl that would hide the answers, that, you know, like that. And by the way, my father just passed away. Her father died, and she graduated through school with all that stuff.
Sorry for your loss. Thank you. Further input from the public, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
David Hall, Pompano Beach. Kudos to your outstanding education. It is amazing, and it should be congratulated. My son is in college now, and getting into college today is an unbelievable task and stressful for the kids, so you deserve all the accolades for that. This auditing committee does no auditing at all, right? They pick the person who will do the audit.
That is correct. However, the additional members that were recommended have experience. They're experience in picking auditors because that's what we do.
Right.
So they're qualified in selecting and understanding the RFP. What the controversy here is who would chair the committee. And historically, the mayor is the one that chairs it. He's just overseeing
Correct.
the committee. He's not, he's just part of it.
We are simpatico. So, you're going to have subject matter experts who know how to pick an audit. We did this 5 years ago with the mayor as the chair, as prescribed by the state legislature for some reason. And we picked one of the best auditing firms you could possibly pick, and our audit went well. There were no issues. Maybe people don't like the fact that there were no issues in the audit results. That could be. But at the end of the day, you're going to have this committee chaired by someone, ostensibly our mayor, who chairs everything in the city, right, as far as elected officials. Tally up check marks. Were you responsive and responsible, right, in what you sent back to us in the RFP, RFQ, whatever you want to call this? Yes, you did it, you did it, you did it. All they have to do is put tallies up. And at the end, they say, you got 14, you got 12, and everyone else got less. You win the audit. There's no numbers to go over. There's no crunching. There's none of these things. Seems like there's a lot of firepower being requested to overlook people, use tally marks, to say, this is the audit firm we have to go with because they have the most responsive questions or answers to the questions that we ask in a matrix, right? Correct? I mean, that's what it is. It all falls into a matrix. You load it up. Someone gets so many checks. They're the ones who end up getting to do the audit. A lot of firepower for someone who won't be doing any auditing at all, just chairing people who know what they're doing. And if history is any indication of the future, we did an outstanding job last time. We picked one of the best firms in the state of Florida that municipalities all around us use. If we want to turn this into, I said this once before, I said if we want to turn this into an audit where you're really doing the audit, perhaps we should get David Copperfield to be the chair, because you're making a magic show out of this, because you're magically trying to make this an audit when it's not an audit. It's a joke to have that much firepower. Kudos, you have all the degrees, but someone's just tallying check marks on a matrix to say, let's hire the best firm like we did 5 years ago. That's all it is. It's tallying check marks.
Very good. Further input from the public. Please come forward.
Ann Bosworth, Palmer. Respectfully, if it was just tallying check marks, then there wouldn't have been a reason to have an argument about it in the first place. If there was somebody recommended who has that kind of mindset and can look at things from a financial perspective and a business perspective, then there isn't really a reason to argue against it, right? So we can call it check marks, but I would rather have, I'm sorry, somebody with a financial background doing it rather than somebody who's a printer. I'm sure you're a very nice one. I'm just saying. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public. Yep. Okay. Just name and address for the record.
Thomas Jerry Thiebaud Jr., owner of the plantation. Jesus took a seat to ride with me for his last day. We're in the 1,000-year reign. But also, I wanted to meet Kansas City, Missouri, 3915 Genesee, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111. I wanted to point out your father passed, and your father passed. He said, energy can bypass time. In your thought processes, pure energy. Okay, you experienced the times that you had with your past ones. You experienced those times. You know they were real. When you think about those times again, right now, they're having that experience again. Absolute fact. You can give them their life back.
Thank you, sir. Further input from the public. Seeing none, public input closed. All right, commission. I'm going to start off. I'm going to start off by making a motion. I make a motion that we go ahead and appoint the entire city commission to this audit review committee and if they so choose, and we keep the subject matter experts on there as well. So that would be my motion, to bring the entire commission on board, as many as want to join.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to agree to put as many commissioners as wish to serve on this committee. Discussion on the motion. I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, followed by you, Commissioner Fessick. Was that?
Well, I have just a question for Allison. So we put an RFQ out, RFP from across the country. So we're getting, and the last auditing firm, I don't remember their name now, but very large national auditing firm.
Yes, so they changed names. So they were Keith McCall at the time, now they're Citrin Cooperman.
And where is their home base?
So they're here in Fort Lauderdale.
In Fort Lauderdale, okay.
But Citrin Cooperman is, I'm thinking they were from up north.
So how many respondents did we get?
The last time?
From the RFP?
I can't remember, but we...
Ballpark?
Probably about 5 or so.
Okay, so again, we're going to be reviewing the company.
Between 5 and 6 RFP responses.
And we're going to be part of a board, and that's going to ultimately score each firm, and whoever gets the most points will prevail in the audit.
Yes, because it doesn't have anything to do with pricing, just to let you guys know. Pricing is not a subject point of this
Just
RFP.
qualifications.
Just qualifications is majority of it, yes.
Right, no auditing. Thank you.
I've got Commissioner Fessick next, but before that, I've got Mr. Berman. He's got his hand up.
Just for clarification purposes, Mayor, based on your motion, I'd just like to clarify something. This is a process, unlike other processes for selection committees. This is set out specifically by state statute. And I have advised this commission before, and your motion may bring up this question, so I wanted to address it up front, that the city commissioners may not, per the county ethics code, participate in selection committees for procurement. However, there is an exemption in the county ethics code that says selection evaluation committees established pursuant to section 218.391, which governs this process, that's an exemption, so you may serve. So if there's any question, I'm not suggesting anyone has to, should, but if you wish to, you can, and not violate the county ethics code. Just wanted to make that clear based on your motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So, yeah, I saw the backup, and Ms. Furtado, I wanted to say I thank you for providing in the backup a secondary option. So last time we were here, it was just set up without the vice mayor, and this time you have the alternative recommendation, and so I'm getting to, with adding in our vice mayor as an additional voting member. And while I appreciate Mayor Hardin's invitation to join this selection committee, I'm not qualified in financials to do so, and I would not be the best person for the job, so I shouldn't be doing that. So, given what we've seen here today, on display today, tonight, regarding keeping order or finding, when somebody's just asking qualifying questions and trying to do what's right to make sure that we can make the best decisions for the city as a whole, I feel even more strongly, I think, than I did even a couple weeks ago, that I don't have the faith in having Mayor chair this committee when qualifying questions were shut down as part of just an exploration process for previous attempts or previous agenda items. So that said, this committee, so look, I'll make, I know that, not to make another motion, but I just want to make it real easy. This audit committee is supposed to protect the integrity of the city's independent audit process. And the commission has to get this right. You have to get the qualifications and the governance structure right. So state law does require a governing body member to chair the committee, but beyond that, we should structure it to maximize independence, minimize political influence, and preserve public confidence in the selection process. Vice Mayor is clearly the most qualified person for this position. State law requires a governing body member to chair the auditor selection committee, but it does not require the mayor. Vice Mayor Fournier is the most qualified governing body member for this role based on her engineering, finance, and investment banking background, and I do not support any alternative that keeps the same chair while downgrading a qualified voting member. I want to point out that in adding Vice Mayor to this list as an alternate, we downgraded Ms. Chong as a voting alternate. So I'm not done. So the only structure I'm going to support here is supporting the Vice Mayor Fournier as chair, a voting chair, qualified members as voting members, and any additional elected official serving only in a non-voting role. And with that, I would, if I have to make a motion, I will come back at it, but that is how I feel very strongly. Thank you.
Very good. I just want to point out that my motion was not to require anyone to serve. Those who wish not to serve do not have to serve. Mine was merely to offer the opportunity to all serve. Further discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
The motion is for all?
To give the option for all of us to sit on the evaluation with the subject matter experts that Ms. Furtado already has listed, not as optional, but as serving on the committee. Let's just make this committee bigger. I know she's probably hating it right now, but we can find enough chairs. Don't worry.
It's fine. Question for you.
Sure, on the motion, Commissioner Fessick.
I have a question. So if that is the case, would you be comfortable stepping down as chair and allowing the Vice Mayor to chair this committee, and you would still be able to be a part of the committee? Would you be?
Why don't we leave that up to the committee?
Would you be willing to? Well, would you be willing to amend your motion? We have to do. This is how we have to do. Correct?
No, we'll leave it up to the committee. The committee can select the chair.
But it's our job.
Once the committee is constituted, the committee will select the chair. How's that?
I'm not. This is the recommendation. I'm making sure that I feel the most qualified position for the job, as far as a voting chair for this committee, should be the person that's most qualified for the job. So if you would be willing to step down as chair and allow Vice Mayor to chair this, I would be more than happy to have you be on the.
Can I mention something?
Wait.
I would feel comfortable with that.
I've got Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman, you're holding your hand up longest.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I just want to clarify a statement that was made. It's not, whoever is not the chair is not an alternate. They're a voting member on the board. The chair traditionally has been the mayor. It's just an honor. It's part of its duties. But if the committee's going to vote, he may not be the chair. But anyone who does not serve as the chair is not an alternate. They have the same voting power as the chair does. The chair merely runs the meeting, but he has no greater power, or she has no greater power than any other voting member on that committee. I just wanted to make that clear because it sounded like you believe that was the case. I just want to make sure.
Right, that's what it says in the backup.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure.
So you were, I'm sorry, Mr. Berman, you were speaking to Commissioner Fessick?
There was a comment made, I think Commissioner Fessick said that they're an alternate and they shouldn't be. It's not a question of alternate, it's a question of chair, but everyone's a voting member. The chair just runs the meeting. It's more of an honorarium, I guess. And it doesn't control the vote any more than any other member of the committee. Just wanted to make that clear.
Very
so
good.
when you're making your considerations, you're doing it for the right information. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Furtado, you wanted to chime in?
Oh, no, I'm just like what Mark.
Mr. Berman.
Yes.
That guy.
Guy in the suit.
Okay.
As you stated, all committee members, all voting, there is no one that has like one higher, crunch with the voting part of the RFP. Everybody has the same voting rights. It's just one vote. You're just overseeing the process. So that's basically what the chair does. He's just like what you're doing here on the commission or on the dais. That's basically what you're doing. Calling the meeting in order, having the discussions, and call the meeting at end, and then give the dates that we are supposed to be returning after. That's all that's the job for.
Very good. Okay, so the motion was to just open the membership up to the entire city commission, if they so choose, to serve as equal members of this committee. So that's the motion, and not to knock anybody else off the committee, because no, I think it's important. I mean, we can find more chairs. So that's the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Segerson, Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. All right, so that one fails. Okay, how's this? I make a motion that we draw names from a hat for who should be joining.
Yeah, just like the vice mayor.
Ms. Furtado, does that give you heartburn?
Okay, there's another option. Typically with an RFP, excluding this process, this is another way. Apart from that, the mayor, like I said, he has chaired the committee before. He signs off on the AFR annually. So he has the responsibility to do the chair. In a normal RFP, excluding this one, all audit selection members typically would request, hey, do you want to chair the meeting? So that's something that is required in the not the audit selection, the committee members for an RFP. Typically, they would have to have a chair anyway. So one of the things that we could do in the committee is the entire audit committee members can then pick from the, whatever you want to call it, to decide who wants to be the chair. I mean, it's up to your commissions here. It doesn't matter to me. To be honest with you, it doesn't matter to me who chairs it. All I know is that I need a governing board member to chair this committee. That's my job. That's
exactly. No, I understand that. The state statute says that the person from the governing board
the
has
governing
got to
board
be,
has
will
to
be
chair.
Yes. Act as chair.
Yes.
Like I said, my motion is that we draw the participant to
So all candidates here.
from everybody up here on the dais.
Okay.
That would be
That's
my
fine with
motion,
me.
to draw names out of a hat.
Second.
Okay, well,
Well, some of us don't want to be in the hat.
okay. Then
Whosoever wants to be in the hat.
I'll amend my motion to put the names of those who wish to be on the committee in the hat.
Thank you.
Okay. So Commissioner Segerson Eaton, is it still seconded? Yes. Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Got Commissioner Fezzik, then I've got Vice Mayor.
I mean, I'm really trying here. This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in my life. I really feel like somebody is punking me. I swear. This is, okay, so I have a question for Ms. Furtado.
State my alternate and we get it over with.
Fine.
She's still on the board as a voting member.
Sorry. Again, not being interrupted. I have a question for you, please. Were any of these other committee members that are listed on your alternative recommendation or your original recommendation, were any of them previously committee members in years prior?
No.
This is a brand new committee.
These are all brand new people.
Okay. And I did see that they had everything attached. Thank you for that. This is simply, again, the best person for the job. And I do not think drawing a name out of a hat when we're talking about an audit selection committee is the appropriate way to handle things. I think that, again, like I said last time, part of managing effectively is to know when somebody is better equipped to be the person to chair or be the person in charge of something. And this is very, very simple. What I'm having trouble with is understanding why this decision that is seemingly so very obvious is so difficult. This, I think, is the problem that we're facing right now, because this is so comically awful for the taxpayers of Pompano Beach that quite honestly, Mayor, you can't put your ego aside to allow the right person for the right job. I mean, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. I want to make sure that that's what it comes down to. Please consider being a member, like I said, being a member of the committee, but allowing the vice mayor to take the reins here and make sure that the questions that she needs to ask are going to be answered so that everybody can work together and Ms. Furtado can finally get her approval. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion on the motion? Vice Mayor, that's right. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm going to put the personal part of this aside, but so this motion, I think, completely defeats the purpose, intent, and the intent of the issue at hand. And it also clearly shows that you don't really care about whether you were on the committee or chair of the committee or any of it, as long as I am not. Unless I'm randomly picked out of a hat. I mean, so this is actually, I mean, I hope you don't play poker, because like you just put all your cards out there and just literally said, I don't care if I'm the chair of this, as long as I'm not going to say that you can do that. And it obviously does not meet the intent of what I think Commissioner Fezzik is trying to accomplish, because a random person is not what she's going for. She was seemingly trying to get someone with experience on this committee. Now, that's it.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Well, this is called a democracy, and it's obvious I don't agree with you, Commissioner Fezzik, at all. Okay? And it's just my right as a representative. I get a vote, and I disagree with you. I completely, and I think this is another disrespectful attitude that y'all have. If you weren't the vice mayor, if your name, vice mayor, wasn't picked out of a hat, and you were just a commissioner, where do you get the audacity to take, and traditionally, the mayor has always shared that, so where do you get off? All you're doing is making an assessment of different firms based on their resumes and track records. It has nothing to do with accounting. So, okay, we can go ahead and have another function, but I think it's in very bad form for you to take over the mayor's position on a board. He is the head of this city. He is the figurehead of this city. And he has been on this commission for over 20-some years. And I think it's very rude and petty of you to try to take him off the board. And I think you're the ones that are acting like children. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion on the motion. Commissioner Fezzik.
I would just like to point out that it's not childish when it comes to being fiscally responsible and having a fiduciary duty to choose the right person for the right job, who's going to help select the company to run the audit for the city, which we obviously like to stand and scream from the rooftops that we do such a great job. I have no problem with that. I'd like to start from the beginning, and no disrespect to the mayor, but he does not have to, per the state statute, be the person to chair this committee. He's welcome to be a voting member, or he's welcome to be a non-voting member, but at this point, the right person for the right job and doing the fiscally responsible and fiduciary duty that we are charged with is putting the right person in the right position. And that is not a personal attack. That is not anything. The absolute fact, if we take everybody's personalities right on out of here. Excuse me, I'm still speaking. You take everybody's personalities right on out of here and you put the qualifications of person A or person B, and you have to decide. I can tell you with certainty that 99.9% of people, at least the ones who would read it, would likely pick the vice mayor for the role. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I just got to chime in here. I'll take my spot here also. I'm a little taken aback. Honestly, people talking about that. I've got to be there. I've got to chair it. I've got to do all. Basically, look, if it's really the best person for the job, and if half of this commission thinks that vice mayor is the best person for the job as far as evaluating the auditors, potential auditors, and that's what I tried to do when I first made my motion. And yet, Commissioner Fezzik, Commissioner Perkins, and vice mayor turned my motion down. So if the purpose was to try and get Vice Mayor Fournier on this committee, why did you turn it down?
I'm happy to answer that. I'm super happy to answer that. Well, because your motion was that anyone could be on it, and I have concerns about maybe other people sitting up here sitting on that.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So I would have concerns that, yeah. So that's my answer to that. And I want to, well, I mean.
Very good. Okay. Well, I appreciate that answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think this actually is part of a bigger conversation that probably should happen here at some point. Maybe it's not now, but it is this idea of the right person for certain roles actually taking on certain responsibilities here. So I've been to other city commission meetings, and if there's a proclamation that is particularly relevant to one district or one commissioner, that commissioner reads it. And I know at one point not long ago, Commissioner Perkins brought this up, at least having names, like all of our names on these. But for me, every month when you read the proclamation for Black History Month and Beverly stands and Commissioner Perkins just stands there, it kind of just doesn't sit well with me. And I've never said anything about it, but if we're talking about the right person for the right role or the right responsibility, I think we should look at this more often. And, I think Commissioner Perkins, representing her district and Black history, should be the person that reads the proclamation on Black History Month. I think there are probably many opportunities around here where we are not necessarily open-minded enough and collegial enough to step aside and say, hey, you're better at this than I am, or this is more suited for your community and your constituents. Why don't you step up and do this? And I think that would be, other cities do it, and I think it'd be a good practice for us to get in here. That's it. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, just to clue you in, though, and perhaps you didn't know, Commissioner Perkins does read proclamations from time to time when out in the community.
And I've done them too, but I'm talking about here. I think.
Well, but the proclamation is normally from the mayor, so I mean that's. But I'm just.
Yeah, we added all of our names on them, and I've been to other commissions where it's done.
Sure, I hear you.
They added the names so small you can't read them. But anyway.
Anyway, on the motion.
Okay. Since we're talking about that, I know that we have the Pompano Beach Housing Authority, and based on the state, or whatever, the mayor gets to choose the people that are represented, I guess, on that board. And I think sometime the mayor, it would be nice to take in consideration to say, well, okay, I would like for each commissioner to help me out and choose one person to be on that board. But of course, he chooses the people he wants on that board. No consideration of anyone else. Just, even though you have the power to do it, you're not extending it to your colleagues. And that's something I'd like for you to consider in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Further discussion, Commissioner Smith.
You have a motion on the table right
Yeah.
now?
Yes, we do.
What's the motion on the table right now?
To pull names out of a hat.
Oh.
For those who would like to be on the committee.
So arbitrary.
So further commission discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
No.
That's a no?
No.
Okay. And Mayor Harden?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion.
Sure. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Look, I move to amend the committee composition so that Vice Mayor Allison Fournier serves as the voting chair, all qualified external finance professionals serve as voting members, and city staff serve in non-voting advisory roles with any additional elected official participation limited to non-voting status, which means if anybody wants to sit in, they can, but Vice Mayor chairs it. And if we want to have, this is getting ridiculous, so I want to make sure this is clear. If we want to have public confidence in anything we do here for the rest of the year, or the audit selection process, or anything, just anything, then we should choose qualifications over tradition and adopt a committee structure that maximizes independence and consideration of what's best for the city, not the way things have always been done. This is getting ridiculous, and I would like it to stop. Thank you.
So that's the motion?
That's the motion, just
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
You gotta do something.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Vice Mayor Fournier to the Selection Evaluation Committee. Discussion on the motion.
not a point. It's as chair of the vote of the committee.
Well, she's being appointed, right?
Serves as the voting chair.
And she is the only one who's being appointed from this committee, from this board, correct?
If any, with any additional elected official participation, limited to non-voting status. So you're welcome to participate, be there, sign off on whatever, but she is the chair as part of the
Well,
motion.
yeah, state law states that.
Right.
Just,
Right.
Mr. Berman already told
Sign
you
it.
that.
No, you have to sign it.
I'm just letting you know. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I
I'd
may?
like to make a motion.
Commissioner Smith?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that both you and Vice Mayor serve on the Audit
Commissioner?
Election Committee.
We've already, we just dispensed with that. Vice Mayor's going.
I'm sorry?
Vice Mayor's going.
I don't think she heard your vote.
Yeah,
Voted that, oh.
yes, yes,
No, I didn't.
yes. That issue's behind us. Let's move on to item 9 is a second reading of the ordinance.
Almost 9:30.
An ordinance of the City
10:30.
Commission of the City of Pompano Beach amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.2432, reasonable accommodation, and Section 155.2434, community residence and recovery community certificate to comply with Florida Chapter 2025-182 Laws of Florida relating to certified recovery residences, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Reale, I'm sorry. I hoped you would get out of here earlier. Sorry about that.
Quite all right.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. For the record, Scott Reale, Principal Planner with Development Services. This is an easy one, I promise. This is the second reading of an ordinance amending the zoning code to ensure compliance with state statutory requirements regarding review timelines and procedures for certified community residences. There have been no changes since first reading.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 10 is a second reading of an ordinance.
Ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 91, Boats and Water Recreation of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by creating Section 91.17 Pompano Beach Overnight Anchoring Limitation Area to establish an anchoring limitation area within the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Mr. Seropoulos.
John Sferopoulos, City Engineer. No changes since first reading. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 12 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Public Art Committee of the City of Pompano Beach as private citizen for a term of 2 years, said term to expire on February 26, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Donna Shore, incumbent, District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item 13 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Public Art Committee of the City of Pompano Beach as architect for a term of 2 years, said term to expire on February 26, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Toby Acock, incumbent, District 3. Any further nominations? There should not be. Nope. Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 14 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Public Art Committee of the City of Pompano Beach as curator for a term of 2 years, said term to expire on February 26, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Mary Lou Hamilton, incumbent District 1. There are no other applicants here, but any further nominations? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. And item 15 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Public Art Committee of the City of Pompano Beach as art professor for a term of 2 years, said term to expire on February 26, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll go ahead and nominate Mimi Botscheller, incumbent District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. That takes us up to additional audience to be heard. Apologize about the delay. Who do I have signed up, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, I have 7 remaining speakers.
Very good.
Our first speaker on the list here is Michael Seversky, followed by Roderick Phillips, followed by Maria McLemore.
I think we passed Mike's bedtime.
Michael Seversky, are you still in the building? Michael?
Michael
Moving on.
Seversky is apparently not here.
Okay. Next speaker, Roderick Phillips.
Roderick Phillips.
Roderick Phillips, are you in the building? Okay, moving on to the next speaker. Maria McLemore.
Maria McLemore, she's gone.
Okay. Tanel Pickett. Tanel Pickett, are you still in the building? Tanel?
Tanel? Nope.
Next speaker, Xavier Condron.
Xavier?
Xavier Condron.
Don't see anyone.
Going twice. Next speaker, Mark Herber. Mark Herber, are you in the building? Are you in the building?
Mark, audience to be heard.
Gone. All right. Next speaker, Thomas Thurbo Jr. Thomas Thurbo Jr. Come forward, please.
Please come forward. Just name and address for the record, sir.
Thanks very much, Commissioners. My name is Thomas Jerry Thiebaud Jr., my birth name. Kansas City, Missouri, 64111. 3915, Genesee, Kansas City, Missouri, were mailing address. But that's where I was born and raised most of my life. We're born up there, or raised up there most of my life. But I wanted to point out, you guys need to critique mankind to think on system of life, the factors of the system of life. They're simple, absolute factors the system of life has, and that's a perfect system. One of my sayings is, how can you say you respect the Creator if you're not respecting the factors of a perfect creation? Okay, people throw paper cups, plastic cups, trash down on the ground, candy wrappers, whatever, but then they'll throw an orange peel, a banana peel, or an orange rind, banana peel, and the core of an apple and its seeds in a bag, and they'll carry it for a half a mile and throw it in a trash can. That's completely backwards. Now, I find this stuff in a plastic bag in a trash can, banana peels, oranges, apples, cores and stuff, and I see them throw so much trash on the ground. And I ask people when I see them throw trash on, you got trash over your house? Bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, living room? No. What do you do with it at home? I throw it in the trash at home. Ah, you must be a truly homeless person then. If they don't accept the planet as their home, I don't give a shit if they got a mansion, I don't care what kind of car they drive. If they don't accept the planet as their home, that's a homeless person. And you're talking billions of planets out there. We ain't got billions of houses on this planet. Billions of houses, planets out there. And you can't find one of them that can support life? Not one? And you got a house right next to you, you got a house next to you there, and you don't throw trash on those houses in your yard or in your yard. So why in the world are you going to throw it all over all over the planet? You know? And a recycling plan, we need to put recycling, get it right. You know, the main reason things aren't recycled since the recycling is lots of business, there'd be a lot of job opportunities if you recycle everything. Everything can be recycled. The main thing that's not recycled is that garbage food, the trash, the rotting food inside of a trash can. And that food has all the nutrients in it. That's why the nutrients aren't getting in our food. We're having chemical nutrients in our food to be able to get the nutrients up to where they're acceptable. You know, I read an article about that. All that food, all the nutrients from our food is going into garbage dump sites. If you separated all that food from the trash, send it to mixing stations, extract the methane, use it for fuel. You know, when methane's all extracted, the leftover is super compost.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for your patience. Next speaker.
Concludes audience to be heard.
Yep. Yeah, real quick.
The life system wants to obliterate humanity from ever being a thought process and creation mind.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right. That takes us up to our next scheduled meetings. We have March 10th, 2026 at 1 p.m., regular City Commission meeting. We have March 24th, 2026 at 6 p.m., a regular City Commission meeting. And let's not forget about our special meeting on March the 3rd at 1 p.m. That'll be a special City Commission meeting.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr.
I'm actually researching that because there's a architectural appearance committee meeting at 4 p.m., but we're having our meeting at 4, right? It's at 4, sorry. I just forgot, so it's at 4.
We're having, ours is at 1. Yeah.
It's at 1 o'clock, but their meeting's at 4.
Yeah, well, it won't take us 3 hours, right? Well, Architectural Appearance Committee, maybe they'll have to wait. Okay, very good. Takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison, City Manager.
Yes, sir. Just have one thing. George, would you come forward? I don't know if you all will recall, but we had a presentation from our fire department to Manta, Ecuador for some used fire equipment. And George has something from Manta, Ecuador.
I don't want it.
Mr. Berman volunteered to read this.
I was going to say Curvin will translate it. Took the words out of my mouth.
Close to. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I'm delighted to share that back in December of 2024, the City of Pompano proudly donated 18 service uniforms from the fire department to our friend city in Manta, Ecuador. And where a dedicated commissioner was here to receive those uniforms. So this past weekend, I had the pleasure of attending a wonderful event in Miami that was organized by the city of Manta. During this memorable occasion, our city was honored with a beautiful crafted yellowfin tuna and a letter from the mayor of Manta to the dais. Mm-hmm. So I really would like to translate, unless Mr. Berman would like to do that. Okay. Whereas it is the duty of public institutions to recognize and value the acts of solidarity, cooperation, and brotherhood that extends between the cities and contribute to the well-being of the communities. That on December 10, 2024, during an official session of the City of Council of Pompano Beach, the donation of 18 suits were sent to the City of Manta Fire Department. that this gesture of solidarity consolidate a bridge of cooperation between both municipalities, the administration, reaffirming the principles of mutual support, fraternity, and social responsibilities. That is important management was possible thanks to the institutional articulation that allowed to channel the donation and guarantee and transfer from one official to another official. That this act reflects the commitment to citizens' welfare, constitute an example of effective international cooperation between local governments. In recognition to that, please accept this letter to the mayor and the commissioners from the City of Manta Mayor. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, George. Appreciate that. Yes.
That concludes my report, Mayor.
Very nice. Thank you. Mr. Berman, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there was some discussion earlier about the incident with the Sheriff's Office and the young gentleman involved. I just wanted, I think I have a responsibility to let all of you know that today the city did receive, my office received a notice of intent to sue. So I think you need to be aware of that. I'm not trying to silence anyone, but I think you need to be, prior to making comments or saying anything, you need to be aware of the pending litigation now in this matter. So thank you for that. One other item, I just want to thank everyone, officials and staff who have reached out to me within the past few days with messages of condolence. They were much appreciated in this very difficult time, so wanted to thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Berman. Sorry for your loss. City Clerk, Mr. Alfred.
No report this evening.
No report. Very good. Takes us up to City Commission. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. Mr. Berman, I am sorry for your loss. I did not know you had lost somebody, so I'm sorry to hear that. I have actually something fun. First, I want to say thank you very much to Fernand. I think he left maybe, but he came in and did a presentation at the request of some folks on A1A regarding the A1A and FDOT project. They had some questions as they were sort of new residents along A1A, and he was able to give me a very detailed, and give them a very detailed explanation of kind of where we were. And so I want to thank him because just recently he sent me the copy of the PowerPoint, and I would ask Mr. Harrison to please, if at all possible, make sure that you share that with the rest of the commission, because it did give us some timelines that if anybody else in the district is asking, or anyone else in the city is asking, that I think that information would be valuable. I know that I asked at a couple meetings ago for that, an update on the Riverside project, and also update on, my brain's gone now at this point, but something else, I'll email you, and I would love that. So here's the fun stuff, though. So after one of the meetings, I guess probably, we discussed this like a year ago, but after one of the meetings recently, I had been talking to some people about accessibility and beach accessibility. And I remember, it came up in like my memories, that we had these awesome like chairs that float in the water that you can take, basically, so somebody can take if they're in wheelchair bound, they can basically take this, and they have the mat, they have these big wheels, and then they can go and float in the water. So that basically gives people the ability to be in the water, and we do have them available. It was brought to my attention through a couple of people with mobility issues that we have these mats, they're called Moby mats. We have them at various entrances at our beach, but there aren't any that go into the water or to the water's edge. And there isn't any way that they can like come off, so that if they want to sit by the water rather than sit up by Lucky Fish, if they want to get closer to the water, they don't have the ability to do that unless they're in a specific chair. So just some basic research, these like 300 feet of, and talking to different residents about the options, what would work for them, how they thought that they would use it, and how other cities have used it. A 300-foot run of this Moby mat would cost approximately like $10,000. And So Kervin, I pulled up some, thank you. I did some visuals. So there was two pictures. One was two pictures from Sarasota. So this presented a way for the folks who are wheelchair bound to have a direct run to the water's edge. So if they want to get in the water and use our amazing amazing floating wheelchair, then they can get in the water. But if they want to come down and sit by the water's edge and enjoy the beach themselves, this also gives them an opportunity. And so I did three things. I sent two pictures from Sarasota. It's item under, just says reports there, and Moby Mat accessibility. And so the ideal placement is where I put it. So I just kind of figured with and this is up for discussion, obviously, if the wheelchairs are kept at the fire rescue, ocean rescue station, which I assume that they are, then that ideal placement for that, sorry, Irvin. So this is an explanation. This is Siesta Key. It's an aerial. So this is just having this mat go all the way out, and then there's a couple little wings where, so if you don't want to go all the way out to the water, you have the ability to sit off to the side and enjoy yourself. And bring an umbrella, enjoy it with your friends, and then still leave the pathway open. They attached, yeah, they're attached. We actually have these mats currently at our beach, so you might recognize them if you go to the like these the wide walkways. So this would just be a continuation of what we already have. So this was one of the other things, and then just this little side mats again, so that there's accessibility for anybody who wants to not block the walkway, but not get their wheelchair in the sand. Under the map aerial picture, Kervin, or the best placement, I think is how I named it. Just double check. Ideal placement, there it is.
This one?
No, the ideal placement, I think. I know we were briefly on there before. So this is, what you see here is on the side, you can see it says length 258 feet. I just did the Google Earth map measure thing, so obviously don't count on that as being completely accurate, but if we were to go to basically the high tide water line, it would be 258 feet roughly, and if we would still, you can actually cut these pieces up or whatever, or use them to latch onto one another. So at most, we would probably need 300 feet. We could cheat it a little bit. So it's approximately a $10,000 investment, in terms of purchasing the things. I know that we've done such a great job of being accessible, and we've made investments in that. One of the other things that the residents mentioned to me was if we were to do something like this, there maybe look at, from a parking standpoint, having a few more handicap spots open there near the fire rescue, ocean rescue building as well, just to make sure that if you're arriving in a wheelchair, that to use the mat, you would have access to the beach and the mat and have parking nearby. So anyway, I just wanted to bring this to your attention because I think this is something that everybody could use. I've heard it from people in different districts that are wheelchair bound and or have families and loved ones that are and still want to get outside. So this is just part of the reports to see what everybody else thought about it, and being that it was so low cost, I thought that it might be something that if we have it all possible to kind of get ordered. I think these take some time to order, but Mr. Harrison, that if that would be something that we would potentially direct you to do or to approve or look into further and bring it back to us, or just go ahead and approve it and get it installed and let us know. Anybody's thoughts on that? Just because I really think it'd be something that would benefit all of us.
I've had a couple residents reach out to me about this in the past and sent it on to Parks and Rec, and it didn't really go anywhere, but there was definitely interest. It was actually, I think, some people in Palmer, but they've been other beaches in Florida that have it and said that it was useful. So I don't know where that kind of got lost in the process when I sent it along, but I think it's a good idea.
It's something that they talked with Ann Bosworth and Carol Eisman talked to me about, and I was going to bring it to the budget committee.
Oh, good.
but if you're gonna bring it to the budget committee, we can't both do it. So I'm gonna just,
I
I'm
mean,
just
I don't
gonna
even
hand
think
it off to District 1. That's fine. So, but I think this is the kind of project that should come to the commission budget.
Well, it's just, for such a low cost, that this is one of those things where I'd like to save the $10,000 for something that really is not a capital improvement project, right? So this is one of those things, if we have discretionary spending, that we spend, X number of dollars for all sorts of different things. This is a one where I feel like the value of that 10,000, even if it's in a discretionary fund from the city manager or somewhere else, that this is a spend I know that I would support, and I would be really excited to see enacted. So if we have to bring it to capital improvements or to budget meetings, then we will, but I think this is a great opportunity. And yeah, I've heard from lots of residents, but Carol was one of them, and Ann was one of them, and also some folks that are up on Riverside, things like that, because they like to be by the beach, but they just can't get on it. So, all right, so anyway, that's just a Mr. Harrison, can you please follow up with us on just checking in and finding out the appropriate ways to go get actual real
I
quotes?
think we already have the mat. I don't think it goes all the way to the water, but we already have a mat with the chairs there at Ocean Rescue. So I'm not sure what has happened. So
We have
we're
the
going to
chairs.
check into it.
Yeah, we have the chairs, and I just don't know that we have the mat that goes all the way to the water. And
No,
more so.
I know it doesn't go all the way to the water, but we have a mat that goes a long ways out. But
Okay.
we'll get it figured out.
Perfect, thank you. So the second one, and like I said, I'll keep it brief because I wanted to also thank Mr. Donovan and Mr. Harrison for, again, talking about crosswalks. It's been a big issue. So they're currently looking into the possibility of some temporary solutions since our FDOT project is so delayed or backed up. And this may not be an immediate solution, but I would ask Mr. Harrison for your assistance on trying to speed the process to get these temporary traffic crosswalks approved or pushed through the process through FDOT as quickly as possible. And I would appreciate your help on that. I'll leave everything else because there's really not much, but I am just saying these are great things that are happening. We're trying to find some solutions here. And I wanted to say thank you to all of the people who I've spoken to lately. And I'm actually really excited that there are more and more people here in the city who are paying attention to what's going on and who are not afraid to ask questions or not afraid to say things. So actually, Darlene, I thought of you in your quotes because I was going through Instagram at whatever night, and so it just basically says, it was something that I think is more positive, but your interest or disinterest in politics is not neutrality. So if you are disinterested, it's a gift of power to those who are very, very interested. And so I want to make sure I thank you for being committed to being locally responsible and locally involved. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to get an update on the Ultimate Sports Park near Opalo Park and the Girls and Boys Club. I've been waiting on it since 2018. Still waiting. Also, I wanted to get an update, Mr. City Manager, on Northwest 6th Avenue. We've completed removing the roundabouts, but I wanted staff or someone to look into what we can do with the visibility of garbage cans, the bus benches, and the bus shelters on Northwest 6th Avenue as well. And lastly, I just wanted to invite everybody on Thursday at 1:30 to come and join us at the E. Pat Larkin Center for Community Court. I think it would be a great experience to just see how the judge helped so many homeless people and people in need. So just come on out, 1:30 on Thursday at the E. Pat Larkin Center. And the judge will be there, and all of the all the resources are there. So she does allow walk-ins too at the end. We have walk-ins from the street that comes in, they need help with food or housing or whatever, she's there to help. So if you can stop in, that would be great. And that's it for me, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
No report. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Smith.
Well, the positive with tonight's meeting was something we didn't even talk about, and that's the public art plan. Ty, are you still there? Ty's back there. Ty and team have done a wonderful job of creating public art around our entire city.
Yay.
And what were especially beautiful to me this year was the Rhythms of Legacy at the Hive, the artist sound panels at the Senior Activity Center, and the One Fish, Two Fish at Skolnick. So thank you to you and your team for continuing to do public art in our community. In District 5, we'll be having the safety meeting on March 4th from 6 to 9 at Skolnick. Everyone is welcome to attend. The fire department will be teaching us how to stop the bleed, how to do hands-on CPR, how to work an AED, how to work a fire extinguisher, and what to do after a fire. So there's flyers up here, anyone that's left that would like one. Something great about community, it was a wonderful celebration of Black History Month. Just wonderful. Every event that I went to, all the volunteers that worked on it, the city parks and recs that worked on it, and BSO to make it safe for everyone. Thank you to that wonderful commitment from our whole city and community to celebrate Black History Month. And my quote is from Jesse Jackson: "Never look down on anybody unless you're helping them up." Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. A couple quick things. I wanted to share the email that we got from the city engineer last week about the flashing yellow at Northeast 1st Street and Northeast 2nd Avenue, the intersection with flashing yellow one way and flashing red the other way. Broward County recently approved converting those flashing lights at the intersection to an all-way stop with removal of the flashers. So I think that is a strange intersection, and I think that's going to help safety and traffic flow, and people will have a better idea what to do there with that. So that is good news. My community meeting is tomorrow night at the American Legion at 7 p.m., and we will be talking about the BSO study. What else is on everyone's mind right now? So come out. You can definitely be heard, ask questions. It's always interactive. So 7 p.m. at the American Legion tomorrow night. And my quote is, "Integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching."
Absolutely. Very good. I want to reiterate what Commissioner Smith said about Black History Month. I mean, it was fantastic. Everybody did a great job. It truly was a group effort. Volunteers, I mean, Tiger Trail, those folks, I mean, everybody participated. Collier City, Parks, Rec, BSO, Fire, everybody. It was a great community event, multi-event. So thank you to everybody participating in that. I just want to remind everybody about our special meeting on March the 3rd at 1 o'clock. So don't forget to put that on your calendars if you haven't already done it. And that's it. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.